Yes, it is not 9, but it's still UK Cowboy time. How is it problem right now?
What?
Yeah.
I cannot hear Jack. I cannot hear anything.
I can.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
You completely sounded like gone for a wee second there, Mike.
I don't know. Everybody else was all right. It's you again. You were the problem.
Harsh, Mike, harsh.
Yeah, there we go. Look, everybody doing all right? How are we all doing?
Nervous.
Yeah,
Good.
Not too bad. Fighting off this cold or fever or whatever it was I've had this week. So you'll hear me pushing the mute button quite a bit, but hopefully I'll be able to talk more than usual.
And of course, in standard tradition, as it's now draft day, we have the changing of the draft hat.
Oh God!
That's right.
There we go.
Oh, look at that!
It is.
I'm just hoping they're not coming from Richie's fucking.
I think we are.
Apologies.
Oh man, it's all going on. It's all going on today. But yeah, it is of course the UK Cowboys TV show. It is the live draft day show where we will give you everything: live updates, live reactions. We've got all sorts going on as well. And we've got some guests who are going to join us tonight, tomorrow, Saturday. So make sure to stick with us. Old Bryzies, should we do the announcement now? So people are aware?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah?
It's not fully confirmed yet.
I think we'll go for it anyway. Make sure you join us
Mike wants to do it anyway.
Yeah, we'll do it anyway. Make sure to join us tomorrow around 10 p.m. UK time as we are going to find out live from the main man himself, Will McClay, on this show about the first round pick. So join us then. Oh, yes. Yeah.
That'll be good.
That'll be good fun. Will McClay, the main man, practically GM.
What's mad, man?
I'm on my 6 espresso as well, by the way. So just warning you.
Nice.
Just warning you. All right. So, all right then. What we've got a few games we can play as well and quizzes. Everybody at home play along and send in your comments as well. Let us know where you're watching from, what your thoughts are, what your feelings are, who you think tonight's pick is going to be. I think it's pretty much, it's not in the cards, but for me, it's in the cards that it's Kenny Green. What do you think? Oh, look who it is!
Brandon.
Yo.
Oh man, I miss Brandon so much.
We all do, man. We all do.
Yeah.
Ow!
But go on, everybody, give me your thoughts. What are your thoughts and feelings on tonight's for the first round? What do you think? What do you think it's going to be? We'll start with Jamie and we'll work round. Oh, go on, Paul. You're going to go.
I know. I actually saw Brandon's tweet earlier, and he would be over the moon with this pick. I wouldn't personally, because you should still probably get a good, decent receiver in the second round. But I'm just especially when there's a much more higher need for O-line, interior tackle, linebacker, the edge rusher. I just find those are more desperately needed. So I'd be quite annoyed if we kind of spent our first round draft pick on a wide receiver, and it's more down to the fact it's all down to money because of the 5th-year option. So
that basically makes sense, yeah.
I get it, but I hate that idea of it though, because I would rather have an absolute playmaker and somewhere else in the defense, or like an edge rusher, or even an offensive lineman. It's got to be like a Pro Bowl caliber, you know.
Speaking of playmaker, Michael Irvin just came on my screen.
Hey,
Like as you said it, I was like, ah.
I'll go one more than that. That you certainly don't want to be trading up to pick up a wide receiver because we do not want to be giving up that sort of trade capital or draft capital to move up, which is what the talk is at the moment. That we're potentially moving up to 14 or somewhere, or within the first 14.
Like you said, on the rumor that they made this, that the Cowboys are going to try and trade up. The rumours are Drake London. I'm with Paul that. Yeah, do you know what I mean? And everyone wants this sexy pick, and you talk about a sexy pick, it's always a quarterback or a wide receiver. And I think we're touching off there, won't we? That where the Cowboys are built at the minute is an offensive line not a sexy pick in terms of it shows up where was probably the weakest part of this team last year that then allows me to run the ball a lot better. It allows us to get Michael Gallup in a lot more, get involved a lot more. So you look at depends how you look at it, but I just think, maybe a Zion Green, and you know what I mean, like one of the guards. But I've been in the drum for the last few weeks, and as much as I would love to show that offense, if Kobe Dean's there at 20, the Cowboys don't punch that pick at 24 straight away, and he's there. I think I'd be more annoyed than if we trade up for a receiver.
Here's the final, Jamie. Here's the final, Jamie. Like the way how things are kind of the rumor mill is that Dean might actually fall into the second now. I don't know why, but
Kobe Dean,
yeah,
a long injury list. Like you can start from the top and work down: neck, shoulder, hip, knee, ankle.
There's
a rumor that Linderbaum's going to fall into the second round as well.
Yeah.
What was it, Brian?
This is what's so good about it. Like, and everyone looks at every year and like, we find it a bit strange is that
let him go.
I think it's going to be one of those nights, isn't it?
What?
I'm just gonna step in and force my way in here and say that if you take a first round receiver tonight, you're effectively saying that you don't believe in CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. Because if you take a first round receiver tonight, you're eventually going to have to pay or not pay CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
And then you're going to have to pay said draft pick in 4 years' time. So you effectively. Are you going to have two wide receivers on $35 million each? No. So you're effectively going to move on from CeeDee Lamb. And the rotation starts all over again. I
think that's the way wide receivers go in nowadays. You take them in the first round with a fifth-year option, and then you throw them when they become too expensive. Kind of like the running back theory, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, but you need 3 wide receivers. You only need 1 running back.
But that's why it makes sense to pick them more.
Would you rather not have the 5th-year option on a lineman than a wide receiver?
Lineman, easily.
I
would.
But not the way that wide receivers have recently gone up market. They've just become really expensive.
It's like where do you get more consistency? Do you get consistency at line, wide receiver? If you look at the drop off from year by year in recent drafts, you would probably be more happy to take the 5th-year option on a lineman than a wide.
Look who's here. Hold on. Let me bring him in.
Ari!
Hey. Officially,
guys?
Yes,
officially, Ari is our first special guest of the draft time.
How we doing,
Well,
man?
What's up,
snap.
gentlemen?
Long
How's it
time no
going?
see.
Yeah,
Good,
man.
man.
I think
How
it
you
was a year ago.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah, it's becoming an annual
Ari,
thing with you now.
we hope you pulled up driving.
Hell
mate.
yeah, good for you guys. This is awesome.
How you feeling?
I'm good, man. I'm actually at Pluckers out here in Allen, which is north of Dallas, and so getting ready to do a draft show. But figured I'd call you guys just for a second and join you for a few minutes here before I have to go in there.
No, we appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time, mate.
Legend.
My pleasure,
Yeah,
guys. My
totally.
pleasure.
Yeah. So we asking every single special guest this question. So I'm going to ask you, Ari, right? You are now a multimillionaire, and you are the GM of the Dallas Cowboys. At pick number 24, Ari is taking.
I love that you included the multi-millionaire part of that.
Yeah, that's right.
Because
Gotta put
the
it.
owner of the Dallas Cowboys, you're a billionaire with a
You're a
B.
billionaire, yeah.
multi-billionaire. Look, I'm going offensive line, guys. There's so many needs for this team along the offensive line. I'm not sold on Tyler Biotish at center. You obviously have to figure out what you're going to do at guard opposite Zach Martin. I'm not sold on Terrence Steele at right tackle, and Tyron Smith is a Hall of Fame player, but he's not going to hold up for the entire season. He hasn't held up for the entire season in I think it's 6 years. So I'm taking the best offensive lineman on my board, whether it's tackle or guard. I've really, since the end of the season, been all over Kenyon Green from Texas A&M, who can play he can play center, can play guard. But quite honestly, I haven't scouted and drafted and developed as well as Will McClay and the scouting department have of the Cowboys. So I trust whatever offensive lineman they have on their board at 24. And there's been rumors they're going to move up. I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked if the Cowboys moved up in this draft, as I'd be shocked if they moved up in any draft. They obviously are not big risk takers. So, I definitely think offensive line. You cannot pass up offensive line in the first round of this draft.
This is why we like you. You talk common sense.
Yep.
Occasionally.
Simple. No, that was all straight fact, no nonsense. What you gotta do.
I think it's so obvious, that they have these needs along their offensive line, and this is a draft that has a lot of offensive line talent. Last year, defensive end and offensive line weren't great in the draft last year. Quarterback was pretty good. This year it's flipped. Defensive end is really good. Offensive line is really good. Not much in terms of quarterback play. So, I want to see the Cowboys get out of this draft with multiple offensive linemen. I want to see them get a pass rusher, maybe multiple pass rushers, and definitely a playmaker, a wide receiver. And a guy that I like a lot is Charlie Kolar. He's a tight end from Iowa State. I host not only do I host the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, but I also host on SiriusXM's Big 12 Radio. So that's a guy I've watched and covered. Guys, this was a first-round draft pick last year. He didn't come out. He returned to school. He's 6'6", 260 pounds. I hate to make comparisons, but he's got some Gronk in him. He's a big target over the middle. He's got great hands. He's gonna be a second or third round pick. And this is a guy that would have been a first round pick in last year's draft, but because he came back, he had some injuries and things, he's going to slip in the draft. That's a guy that I think is a major sleeper for this team to get later in the draft. I see the Kayvon Thibodeau comments. I mean, sure, if the price to move up is not another first round pick, cool. I'd be okay with that. But if I'm trading next year's first to move up to get Kayvon Thibodeau, I'd kind of rather just stay 24 and pick an offensive lineman.
Agreed.
Yeah, agreed
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, just to kind of add on top of that, like you said there, Ari, there's so many players you could probably get really good value in those second and third rounds at defensive end, offensive guard, like you kind of mentioned a Cross there, there's your tight end to pick. All the guys know who my go-to guy is in this draft, and that's Cole Strange from Chattanooga. That's who I would love us to have in the team. So it's just really, like you said, last year didn't really have as much depth, but this year, it's just
especially defensive end for sure.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah. Do you think as well there is a chance, or do you think there is? It's going to be more post draft, so like a priority free agent or in free agency, that the Cowboys will draft a kicker in day 3?
It's a good question. There are some kickers that are draftable in this draft. I'm just probably not gonna. I'm probably not gonna. I'm gonna probably go undrafted free agent there.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think it's definitely a need, but obviously, it's not something I'm willing to waste draft capital on unless it's like, a guy that I just want to have and I draft in the 7th round.
All right, then. And I know you're busy, and you said you'd only give us a few minutes, so we'll let you go and do your thing. But before you go, we do some like in a vacuum would you rather scenarios. Should we go for one and see what everybody's would you rathers?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
All right, this is going to be the first one. So Ari's our first special guest, and this is our first would you rather of the draft day experience. So here we go. Right? Would you rather Evan Neal at pick 24? Or Kenyon Green at pick 88?
Oh.
Kenyon Green at 24.
That's naughty.
Oh. I don't know, actually. Oh.
No way he's there.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's just like in a vacuum.
Like
Come on, Mike.
Dude, this is the start of the night.
Mate,
Evan,
I don't want to kick off the draft.
I don't want to put too much on him, but I'll say this. If you draft Evan Neal, that's your next Tyron Smith for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Agreed.
Cheers, guys. Go Cowboys.
Nice one, Ari.
Thanks, Ari.
Thank you very much. We'll speak to you offline, mate.
Yeah.
Until next year, boys.
And
5 minutes a year.
We go from one, and we bring in our brother from Tennessee.
Hey.
What's happening, brother?
You all right?
Yeah. Glad to be back on camera. It's been a
Yeah.
while.
Hey, you're looking good, mate. You're looking beautiful.
Thank you. Glad to be a part of it.
So, we spoke to you offline. Literally over the next 3 days, we know, like, obviously, there's you and Brandon that do the Cowboy Zone, which has gone a little bit quiet at the moment because of obviously family and all of that. We don't need to go too deep into it. Right. But you have an open chair, so expect to see plenty of Marcus, Bluff City Cowboys from Cowboy Zone. He is going to be joining us for as long as he wants. You have an open chair, sir.
Definitely appreciate that.
Yes, so we're here. Right, here we go. We haven't, by the way, just to warn you, I've drunk a lot of espresso and I'm about to get some more. Right? So, we haven't had your take yet, so we're going to get it. What is your first round pick for tonight, Marcus?
What is my pick or what I think the team's going to do?
Let's do yours and
Okay.
then what you think the team will do. So we'll get both.
Well, I have to start off by saying this draft is probably going to be one of the craziest ones we've seen in 5 or 6 years. There's not a lot of first round picks in this draft, honestly. I mean, I think if anybody goes through that list, you may get the 15 of them, and then it's the field. And now there are so many teams that have multiple draft picks. You're going to get some teams who may take a quarterback sooner than they normally would because they got that second pick.
Yeah.
You got a couple of teams who may try to trade up if the run starts to go too heavy. So there's going to be a lot of talent that we don't expect to be at 24 that may be there. So if I'm just going by what I think Dallas will do, I think it's going to be Dean. I think Dean's going to be the guy who's there. But if it were me picking and who I realistically think will be there at 24, I would probably have to go with Kenyon Green.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You're on the Kenyon Green train with all of us then.
I really like that kid. I think he could play some left tackle if you needed him to.
Mm-hmm.
He could definitely compete at right tackle if you wanted him there. And he could be your day one starter at left guard.
Yep.
So I just think the talent's there, and he gives you what you need at multiple spots.
I like it. Yes. So
I'm going to jump in here with a question because I was trying to say this when Jamie was on, right? And Marcus has actually called his name in the Kobe Dean. So who's the one guy that everyone is going to slip out? So if you remember this time last year, around pick 20, 25 onwards, we were all, this is Jeremy Owusu-Koramoah, and he ended up on to 45 or 46. Mm-hmm. So who's that guy this year?
It is interesting that you say that from the Kobe Dean, because that is possible.
Yeah.
Because of the injury history, basically, you know. Yeah. I tell you, another guy who that could be is Derek Stingley.
Yeah,
possible.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm looking at basically all the guys that have injury problems. The one I don't get the most is Andrew Booth. People are saying, "Oh, this guy, he's a first-round pick." Yeah, okay. Yeah. You could twist my arm and go, "Yeah, he is a first-round cornerback," and I would end up agreeing with you. But given the fact that you go through the injury history, it's bad, and you're talking double hernia surgery, which he is recovering from at the moment. He's got knee injury problems, shoulder, rotator cuff issues, which we know cornerback is a corner and wide receiver, big deal there.
He also has some type of chronic knee disease, I believe.
That's correct. Yeah, that you got from high school. Yeah, that's right.
I'm not a fan of his, so if he falls out first, I wouldn't be shocked and I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah, I'm totally with you there.
Yeah.
But I think Dean's gonna fall because short linebackers fall in the draft regardless of what the talent level looks like.
True.
Yeah.
So is everybody pretty much consensus with Green's kind of their guy? We got any Zion Johnson guys in the?
I'm a Zion guy.
Okay.
I'm
a Zion Johnson guy.
Like either way, as long as we fill the void for guard, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
The only knockback I have with Zion is that there's this whole jack of all trades. So like jack of all trades, master of none. That with him. Like people will go, "Oh, this the versatility," and you go, "Yeah, okay." But what's his one thing? What's the one? What? Give me the one thing he's really, really good at. Don't give me that he's good at everything. What's he great at? And that's what you get with Zion. That there's this whole that he's just like this big umbrella that you can put into the like. If they draft him, then what the Cowboys are doing are going, right, we don't need a plan for him. Let's just draft him, get to training camp, and we'll figure it out there. We're more as with Kenyon Green, it's more that, right, we need a plan going forward. What are we going to do with the offensive line? We've got Green here, we've got Zach Lyon there, we've got Biadasz there. That is more what you need to do so that when they get to training camp, is right, this is our plan for the offensive line. So that's the difference between the two, I feel, is the biggest difference.
Here's the issue I have with Zion Johnson. People think he's going to play at center. He's not playing center.
Correct.
This team gives their rookie draft, they give their drafted linemen multiple chances. Tyler Biadasz is going to get another shot. They drafted Farniak last year, so they really like him. We've got two guys at center. As much as we may hate it as fans, those are our centers going into 2022, one of those guys. I don't think Linderbaum's an option, and I don't think Zion's an option at center.
Yeah,
completely agree.
I know he's go on. Sorry.
The one thing you've got to remember, even guys like who was it, Mark Stepnoski back in the 80s and 90s, he took about 16 games before he actually developed into the player that he was. Now, Biadasz has had just slightly over that 16 games, but you should be expecting the progression this year. And I think that's what we need to see. I don't think we're ready to write him off yet. Yes, have a backup plan, but not a rookie on the line. If you're talking about potentially you're needing somebody to stand in for Tyron Smith as well, when he, as Graham loves to say, inevitably goes down for at least a couple of games a season. and then you're already talking about replacing Connor Williams with somebody as well.
Yeah, I know you was about to say something as well, Brian. What was you going to say, bro?
No, I was going to ask you, if you take your Aggies bias out of it for a minute,
yeah,
or Zion not exactly. The kicker is like better than me.
Is Brian?
Yeah, I missed that, mate. You cutting out. Oh, he's completely frozen.
I said, Zion Johnson. Yeah,
it's just not happening, is it?
Yeah.
Brian, you have to put it in the comments and let one of us read it.
put it in a private chat, mate, and we'll read it out now.
Stick your PC in the freezer. That helps. Jamie's pissed he didn't get that joke in before me. I know it.
Yeah, Jamie would be absolutely fuming about that one for sure.
1-0, good sir.
Yeah. I don't have a bias because he's Aggie. But hold on. Zion Johnson and Kenyon Green on the same. I know what you say. I know where you're going. Okay, so Kenyon Green, yes, he does have a knee issue. But going off what I've heard anyway with it all is that this is more like the Ron Leary situation that they had, where it's not something you need to worry about now. It's something going down the road in the future. They say beyond the first contract is going to be more of a problem there. But as I say, it resembles something that we had before with Ron Leary. Yeah. I know, I can hear that too.
I may have missed this, but what do you guys think about all the trade-up rumors?
Yeah,
I hate it. I really, truly,
yeah.
Like so, we were kind of just talking about this before you came on, Marcus. It's like if we were to trade up and more specifically for a wide receiver, I'd be fuming. I'd be absolutely fuming.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just don't see the point. Like you could probably get yourself a decent wide receiver to fit the void in the second round. Like it's like what you kind of said earlier, Marcus. Is like after the 15th guy, it's like open field. It's not really worth trading up for unless it's someone's desperate for a quarterback or something like that. Like, but for us, I just don't see us the need to move up. The only person I would see is if like Charles Cross was there at 15 or 16, then I maybe pull the trigger on that. That's the only thing I would actually agree to if it was like for Cross or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think, obviously it's been talked about this year that everybody there's a lot of people wanting to get out of the top 14 because as Stephen said in the press conference that you've maybe got the 14 first rounders and then there's something like 40 or 50 people with second round grades. So you want to be able to have that option. And guys like the Giants do not have the salary cap space to actually pick both of their first round draft picks. So they should be looking to get out of at least one of those, at least trade back further so that they can manage their cap space a bit better. But even so, if you think that the trade market's not going to be, the demands aren't going to be as much. You really, we still haven't gone into this draft in the same way we do in the previous years, where we've at least put band-aids over every position, and we're ready to say, right, we can take best player available. We are going in saying we need to address the offensive line. We need to have potentially 2 starters in place by the end of this weekend.
Yeah. To Lauren's point, that's why the Eagles traded one of their first round picks, because effectively you're all going well. You expect to extend these guys, and you don't really want to be extending 3 first round picks in the same off season. So that's why they've moved out of that. But to Brandon's question, the last time the Cowboys traded up, they got stung for Morris Claiborne. So I think that still lives in the memory. I don't think we have the capital, the draft capital to trade up because we've got a lot of places to fill.
Well, that's it, Graham. We need every draft pick we can hold on, or try and gain more draft picks. That's like, if anything, we should be doing is maybe even trade down. That's what I think. Like, just depends who's on the board, mind you.
Yeah, you're gonna have to adjust as the board flips and changes on you and But the one thing I will say, and this is something that's popped up, and I'll get all of your opinions on this one, is that some people are talking about the quality. And Marcus, you brought it up when you first came in about the quality of first round talent in this draft, and it's quite ironic that people are pointing out that it is a little lacking this year. And one of the things you can see due to that is the number of teams with multiple first round picks this year, and it's a common theme.
Yeah, more than usual.
Way more than usual. Yeah. And it's just funny that that's something that when you look at, like, there was even the Eagles who had 3 first round picks, and they've even checked out of one because they're just like, let's try and see what we can get for next year, which is obviously going to be I would say is a totally different draft yet next year. But this is definitely, I think, given the way the talent is, being further down in the draft isn't a bad thing. Because you can see how it's all going to fall into place as it goes along. But it's more because people keep saying, well, what if we trade back in the first round? It's like, but who to? Like, this isn't really that type of draft where you can just trade back and everything will be okay. This is more the other way around. It's more flip, where it's more like this is more of a draft for people further down in the draft to trade up.
Yeah.
It's more of a buy than a sell draft, if you see what I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
It's this draft this year is really got so many question marks left, right, and center. I think, and you just said it early on, Marcus, like this is like the most craziest draft I think it's going to happen in at least the past 5-6 years or something like that.
Yeah,
like I think there's going to be a lot of wheeling and dealing in this first round. So I think it really just depends who picks and who's going to pick it right in front of you. It's going to determine. There's going to be trades going up and down, saying, "Oh, this guy's picked our guy. We need to maybe trade back or trade up, or whatever." Not like so. Oh man, I really do think it's going to be just an absolute spaghetti junction of a draft. So
I've got a question I'd like to ask Marcus. Marcus, do you think if the Cowboys do go wide receiver at 24, do you think that means they don't believe in CeeDee Lamb? To be a number 1 receiver?
That's a hard question to answer. I would probably say it doesn't. I would probably lean towards is more they don't want to pay him $30 million in a year or two. I don't think they would be in terms of like they don't have faith in CeeDee Lamb as number 1. They'd be afraid that he would be a number 1, and by the time his contract is up, the price might be $34 million based off the way things are going right now. So they can go ahead and get a guy in the program now and kind of backfill for when CD inevitably leaves, because you got Gallup under contract for 5 years, so you got Gallup plus whoever this guy is.
Yeah, I totally agree, and that's what I was saying. This is more. The problem you have with wide receiver is literally when you go back and you step back and you look into it, this is literally as a result of the Christian Kirk contract.
Yes.
That is literally the camel that has the straw that has broke the camel's back on all of this. That he is the first one, because people have gone, well, look at his lack of production, and this is what this guy is getting. So then, if you notice, all the dominoes fell from there, and now all the teams are panicking because they're like, I don't want to spend $22 million on a middle tier wide receiver. I need to go and get one in the first round and protect myself.
I think it goes beyond Christian Kirk. I think
it very well could.
No, it goes, but I think it goes, but even go back to Kenny Golladay. Remember his contract was ridiculous for the Giants. Like, he was never a wide receiver number 1. That's for sure.
Yeah. I would say he is a good wide receiver. He's definitely far more productive and a better wide receiver than
as a number 2.
but better than Christian Kirk.
Yep.
I know what you're saying. You could go back to Kenny Golladay. You could go that far.
I think with Golladay going to the Giants, it didn't really help out because, well, it's the Giants, no pun intended.
This is true.
But if Golladay was to go to maybe a different team and stuff like that, you would probably say, okay, like, all right, it kind of might justify some of the money that he was given. You know what I mean? But it's not justified that, like, since he's moved to New York, and it's going to be very interesting to see how Kirk does as well going forward.
Yeah.
While you're on that subject, first of all, Paul, I love your microphone. I just noticed that.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Talking about the Giants, they have 2 first-round picks in the top 10, and they did not sign Daniel Jones to his 5th-year option.
Yeah.
You guys think a quarterback gets taken in the top 10 with the Giants?
No. Like I kind of looked into this, the reason why, because they've had three head coaches, 3 offensive coordinators in the past 3 years. Like it's nearly every year Daniel Jones has had a new scheme to run, pretty much, and he's and I know it's kind of like it's more like a prove it deal this year. To sign him on, they don't want to kind of, I don't know. It's a weird one for the Giants, but they've only got themselves to blame, putting themselves into this situation, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Giants are in, as I said, they're in salary cap hell at the moment. They're really teetering on a fine line. They finished last season. They couldn't actually field a full team of 53 because they were over the cap on game day. You know, this year, if you're tying down guys, you know, obviously we're seeing things like Kadarius Toney's up for grabs, potentially Saquon Barkley might be available for trade as well. I mean, there's all sorts of rumors coming out, and that's just a way of trying to minimize what they've got to pay out in the future. And you know, this is what they're trying to do. You've also got, as Paul says, their coaching staff's been turned over, their front office has been turned over. Do these people have the same buy-in with the players that they've got on the roster at the moment? I don't know.
Sorry, Lord, let me just move that banner out your face there because it was covering you.
Okay.
So what do you guys? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, sorry. I was just to kind of follow up what he was kind of saying there. But it's with the Giants. It's kind of weird. And I was going to kind of move on to the Giants and talk about the Eagles, but I was going to let you hear what you say first, though, Marcus. There.
No, I was about to go into another question too. So go ahead.
All right. So with the Eagles having 2 picks now, I'm seeing a lot of mock drafts right now. They're actually going defense and defense. Like, what do you think that they're going to do?
The Eagles are an awful franchise. There's no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind that they will draft some small, horrible wide receiver, one of those 2 picks. They do it every year. Whoever the worst receiver is that you think will go in the first round is who the Eagles are going to take with one of those picks.
I don't know. See, the Eagles never draft linebacker.
That's a good point, actually. When was the last time the Eagles drafted a linebacker? Like
linebacker to the Eagles. Linebacker to the Eagles is like what the Cowboys and safety positions.
You mean like in the first round or just
early? Yeah.
Yeah, the first and seconds type of thing.
They never draft linebacker. I guarantee you.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of one.
It is like
in the 3rd round in 2018.
I know they drafted a couple of defensive linemen for a couple of years in a row. Then it was back-to-back wide receivers.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure, wasn't it?
Linebacker is like safety for Cowboys.
The last time they drafted a first-round linebacker was 2014. It was Marcus Smith.
Marcus Smith. But
but
he was technically a defensive end. But
exactly.
Yeah. There you go. But other than that, second, they've taken 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and everything else is 4th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah.
So they don't draft linebackers. As Mike said, they're almost as allergic as we are at safety.
Yeah.
So now we've kind of mentioned the Eagles. Let's just move on to the last pick of the bunch, the team who've just are just a walking meme right now. That is the what do we want to call the Commanders? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
And lols.
Command lols, aye. So
There you go.
they've got two picks this year as well, don't they?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They do. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So
they don't have 2 picks in the first, do they?
Yeah, they do. They've got 2. I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Nah, they've only got 1. No, they've only got 1.
They have 11, and I think they have. Do they not have one at the back end?
No, they pick at 11th, and that's it.
Huh.
Okay.
Let me just get Tankathon on just to confirm that in a minute.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list right now. I only see 11.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought I was going mad for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they have.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have 2, obviously.
Yeah, no, they do.
not.
They've only got the 1. They've only got the 1, yeah. And then what's quite interesting is they pick at 11, and then they've traded their second round pick, so they don't pick till pick number 47.
So it's just pick 11 they've got, and did they trade a first rounder?
Yeah, no. But here's what's even more interesting with the Command Lols is that they don't have a third round pick.
Yeah.
Oof. They are really.
You guys think that's where the first trade comes in at the end? If anybody trades up?
They have hardly any draft capital. Sorry, say that again, Marcus.
I was saying, people think this is going to be a crazy night. You think that's where the first trade probably happens, around 11?
Yeah, I think it'll be roughly about 8 or 9.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's the
Panthers. Panthers.
The Panthers. Yeah, purely
They
because
need
they
draft
have
capital.
Yeah, they have none. I mean, they have to literally wait 133 picks between draft picks. So they pick pick number 6, and then they don't pick again until pick number, I think it's like 140,
139, 140.
Yeah, 137.
That's nuts.
That's a long time to wait. And especially when you think where the Panthers roster is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like think like what they need. Like literally in that division right now, they're done as it stands. They're doing nothing.
Yep.
Right, guys, I'll be back in about an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes. All right, I'm going to join RJ and blogging the boys for a wee bit. All right, but I'll be back.
Go for it.
Back. All right.
Sound. And then there was 6 again.
Yeah.
There we go.
Shouts out to Joe in the comments. Had to throw him a shout out. He's been making a lot of
I know.
Joe's one of our best guys. He's always thrown in him. Yeah,
I see Joe everywhere.
Oh,
yeah, we love Joe.
You get all the typical regulars all talking to everybody, and here's a good one: the Wombles of Washington. But here's while we're on,
stick a word in front of the Womble.
here's one for you. When we talk about because we're on the Commanders conversation, let's go to a would you rather, because I can cross off my list, right? All right. So here's one for you. Would you rather, as your GM or owner, whichever way you want to look at it, would you rather Stephen Jones or Dan Snyder?
Is that even a question?
Yeah.
I thought that was just common sense.
Given the flack that both are getting at the moment. Oh, Dwayne Haskins is on the screen at the moment.
Yeah.
You, brother.
Yeah.
But all right, do you want another would you rather, or should we continue just talking generally?
No.
So we all took Dan Snyder, did we?
Yes.
Okay. Let's find a good one. Yeah. Do you want a draft relevant one or just a crazy one? What would you want? There's your first would you rather.
Let's go crazy.
All right then. Would you rather Dak Prescott or Kyler Murray?
Dak.
Dak.
Yeah, Dak, for sure.
Yeah. All right. There we go. All right. Let's try this one. Wait, this is quite a funny one. Would you rather Amari Cooper or CD Lamb?
This caused a lot of friction last month.
Yeah.
Why do you hate us?
Yeah. Some of these get quite tough, you know.
Oh man.
For this team, I would say Lamb. For any other team, I'd probably say Cooper.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's fair.
Did there. Sneaky. You turned a would you rather into a would you rather.
Well, I think Kellen Moore had a better plan for CD Lamb. I mean, obviously the talk when Deebo Samuel was airing himself out there, you know, that he wanted to become to Dallas maybe or whatever, but then he also said he doesn't want to play running back anymore, or doesn't want to take running snaps. You think at the beginning of the season last year, Kellen Moore used CD Lamb in the backfield. He was a bit of our Deebo Samuel, where he just didn't seem to manage to scheme Cooper in until Cooper was on his 105.3 slot saying, yeah, you know, I'm just not getting the ball sent to me, you know. So I think, I'd rather CD Lamb with as long as Kellen Moore's in as well. But as Marcus said, you know, it's other teams would certainly want Amari Cooper.
Yeah,
it's fair. It's fair.
I'll give you guys my my yearly take that I make every year. I said on here before, but this team has a type of receiver that they love.
True.
6'2", 210, 4.5 speed.
Yeah.
They will not draft anything outside of that. And if they have that in free agency, they have no clue what to do with it. Those guys come in and they leave quick. And you can go through the history on that. Anybody that doesn't fit those measurables, they're here maybe 3 years and then they're gone.
Yeah, they definitely like the rough and tumble type too. Yeah, definitely. When you think, and like, you know, it is funny that you say about, you know, CD Lamb being used in the backfield and everything, and that he's that Deebo Samuel type, and then it's quite ironic. This is also true, Joe. But it's also quite ironic that Deebo Samuel, after the year that he had, has turned around and gone, trade me. I want to go. That it's almost like as if he like with CD, you know, because he doesn't want to be used in that way. That they know that running, but playing that running back is going to shorten your career. You know, there's that injury. Like when you look at Deebo Samuel, like he was a wide receiver, as a running back, and he was on special teams. He basically played 2 years in one season for that offense.
Yeah,
and that's what he's doing. He's going like, do I want to be really, really good for a season, or do I want a long career? And he knows it's in the cards that really, given apart from Kittle, what else is there on the 49 offense?
I think one of the reasons why Deebo wanted away though was after the first eight games of the season last year, he was on a pace to surpass Cooper Kupp for the number of receptions in the year, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, Kyle Shanahan decided let's play him as a running back, and you know, ended up he became a running back more than a receiver, and his numbers fell. If he's staying in San Francisco, then you know who's to say that's not going to happen again next year? And then when it comes for his second contract, they're going, oh well, what are you? You know, it's your Taysom Hill type thing. Are you a quarterback? Are you a tight end sort of thing? And you're going to have difficulty trying to justify what you pay him.
I have no problem in using your wide receivers on these jet sweeps, screens, running into the backfield, no problem. But like when you think of the amount of times that the frequency, like for a guy like Deebo Samuel that was doing it, then that becomes a problem because now he is literally taking a pummeling. That's the problem you've got. And especially if that's your wide receiver one, do you want to be putting a guy in who's your number one guy into that much harm's way?
Yeah.
That's the problem I've got. Right, here's one for you then. I'm going to give you a start. So more things. Play as well at home with us. Right, I've got a start, sit, cut scenario for you. All right. So some more stuff. So basically, we've got would you rather. These are the things that we've got on the list. Would you rather start, sit, cut? And we've got a new game we're playing this year. It's going to test your knowledge to see how far back you can go. Another game called Draft to the Future. So basically, I give you the name. Yeah? I give you the name. You tell me the year they were drafted. But I'll give you our first. Yes, that's right, baby. Your first start, sit, cut scenario. So are you ready? Okay.
Go on.
All right. Aiden Hutchinson, Ike Ekwonu, Charles Cross. Start, sit, cut.
For the Cowboys.
Just in general.
Okay. Well, I think I would go against my better judgment if I didn't start the tackle.
Ooh,
so I'm starting Ekwonu, and I'm keeping Hutchinson.
And then cutting Cross.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody different on that one?
I'm still not buying in on Hutchinson, to be honest. You know, how much was David Ojabo being on the other side a factor for him last year?
Yeah.
You know, and if he goes to somewhere that doesn't have somebody like that on the opposite side of him, is he just going to flounder and you know, be a fish out of water? I think I would probably keep the two tackles, probably starting or keeping Cross and cutting Hutchinson, to be honest.
Whoa! All right.
I'm not sold on him as a number one pick.
Brian, you got a different one, or are you going with Graham's first option?
No, I'm going with Lauren. I'm starting Ekwonu. I'm stating Cross, and I'm cutting Hutchinson. But I'm just loving the fact that everyone is so biased tonight. Mike can't hide his A&M bias. The Scottish guys can't hide their bias. Marcus, anything you're biased about, is there?
Yeah. What would be your choices on that scenario, Marcus? On Hutch, Icky, and Cross.
Well, I'm a huge Hutchinson fan, so I'll probably go with Graham. I've been a fan of Hutchinson since last year. I said even last year, after the injury, I thought he would have been a first-round pick. I like his skill set a lot. I think I maybe have a little too much firsthand views of Cross.
Yeah,
because I just see all of his flaws too much. And he's a good player. I won't take that from him. But if I had to choose between him and Icky, I'm probably going Icky, and then Cross the guy I cut. But Icky would be my starter, and Hutchinson would be the bench guy.
Yeah, this is exactly the way I would do it. All right. Let's give you another one, which is slightly different. This one, when I wrote it down, I giggled because this is going to have all of you arguing. Right? Start, sit, cut. Ready? Are you ready for this one?
Yeah.
All right. We got Emmitt Smith, DeMarco Murray, Zeke. So Emmitt Smith, DeMarco Murray, Zeke.
What? I can answer straight away. I'm starting 22. I'm keeping 21.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Ooh, you're not taking a guy who broke O.J. Simpson's record then?
Or played for the Eagles.
Fair point, well made.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Is that what we're all going with?
Yep.
I think so.
I think you got to factor in that Emmitt Smith was just the same as Zeke in that he blocked. He was a pass catching receiver out of the backfield as well. DeMarco Murray pretty much was just a downfield runner, to be honest. I don't think he was anything special out of the backfield.
Interesting. Okay. All right. I'll give you one more, and then we're going to get ready because we're getting ever so closer to draft time. Here's your last one. Ooh, right. Okay. I got one for you. I'm going to let you guys answer. Let you guys decide. Do you want a quarterback scenario, wide receiver scenario, or tight end scenario?
You haven't done receiver yet or tight end, so one of those two.
One of those two?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go tight end. Jason Witten, Jay Novacek, Mike Ditka.
Novacek, Witten, Ditka.
Ooh, controversial.
It's
Marcus?
not.
I'm too young to even know what Ditka's career looked like, honestly. So I can't start him just because I don't know him. So it's really between Witten and Novacek.
That is where the problem lies.
Yeah.
Witten, Novacek.
I would probably go Witten, Novacek too.
Yeah, it's
that wide route's just insane for me every time. It brings so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree and just say that Ditka was probably a better coach than a player.
Agree on that one. Agree. And that's why I threw him in there. Because,
controversial.
Yeah, it's more player but as a coach, Ditka, yeah, fantastic. But yeah,
I want to hear Lorne.
Yeah, see, I am struggling with this because I've seen game tape of Ditka not only on the Cowboys, but I mean, you've got to also remember that Ditka played for the Bears, played for the Eagles.
Yeah,
he was one of the first ever sort of downfield tight end threats.
Correct. Yeah,
much more than, and probably more so than Jay Novacek ever was for the Cowboys.
Very rarely injured too with it all.
Yeah. So I would probably for longevity, I would go Witten.
Yes.
I would then Ditka and then Novacek. But yeah, it's
not as simple as it is on paper. Yeah. All right. I mean, we'll come back to all of that throughout the night and throughout the weekend as well. So plenty of all of that going on. We are getting ever so closer to Roger Goodell hitting us with his
Boo.
yeah.
So can I chime in with a question? For the guys? So we've wanted corner, we've wanted safety, and we've wanted other various bits and pieces. Taking the last 3 drafts into account, what makes you think that the Cowboys are going to go offensive line?
Why are you going to put that energy out there? Why are you going to do this to me?
Because I'm a cynic like you, Rich.
It's early morning, man. Take pity.
I mean, think what we wanted. Nobody thought CeeDee Lamb. Nobody thought Micah Parsons.
I agree. I just don't want to think about it because I hate it. It freaks me out. Like we were saying earlier on about like there's only so many first-round picks and there's potential for a lot of talent to slip. That freaks me out because that opens the possibility for Jerry to do something that is you know what, crazy. Like take a wide receiver that we don't freaking need to do in the first round and then not address any of our big glaring needs.
To me,
and that scares the bejesus out of me. And I don't want to see that right now.
I'm sorry, Rich.
No, you're not.
I just think that of late they've been collecting football cards as opposed to what the team actually would benefit most from. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the Lamb pick and I love the Parsons pick, but
yeah, it's
just have a left guard right now.
Exactly. It's like it's okay to go create like, and I understand it's a contradiction in terms of like if you have someone of that level of talent, irrespective, you take them and you figure it out. But when you have a team that has this many holes and big holes and holes at big positions, you can't afford to go and make crazy moves like that more or less in back-to-back years or in years very close together. You just can't afford it. There's too much that needs doing, and like you said earlier, you can't afford really to trade up because you've got to use that draft capital. If anything, really, they need to be looking at some point to trade back to get some more, ideally, just to try and, that's the flip side of the coin, is you're throwing stuff at a wall more, and you're playing that mathematical game rather than taking someone high. And I prefer to take someone high, but that's one of those things.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Mike, get it down. It's not thick.
No. I know, but just so you know, this is what we'll bring up all this information as we fly along, as the guys talk about it. We can bring up the picks and talk, give them we can give our opinions. What we think, what's good, what's bad, what's not, what is. And of course, we want yours as well. Everybody else's opinion is just as important. There we go. See, I fixed it. This is what I'm trying to give you. Yeah. So what we can do is we can bring this up, and what it gives you, look, is we get all their nifty little scores, look, on the side. Gives you, see, do you like that? Now, I did want to do it slightly differently, but unfortunately, no, it's not unfortunate. That's a bad thing to say. But we've got Paul with us, and he's very particular about what I put on things.
Notice how he's saying this when Paul's not here.
Yeah, he's throwing them under the bus while he's away.
The corporate identity police.
If you ever wonder why, posts go up and then they get removed,
it's usually because Paul's gone, "You've not done this. This is wrong. That's wrong."
It's fair enough.
God damn it, you've done it again. I know. He keeps us consistent.
Is the idea that everybody has their own little part in all of this. Mine is to just mess everything up, and Paul is to try and put it back.
Ryan, where's the Iron Brew Extra? What's going on?
That's already
it's
gone.
Still in the fridge.
Okay, right. Okay, it must be cold.
Don't
yeah,
worry.
I'll give you that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you are
cold
talking.
Is best. Cold is best.
Right, and also what we can also bring in, if you ever want to, is we can bring in my draft board. Now, and Rich, I remember the first time he saw my draft board many, many years ago. He was in awe.
Jesus.
It was fun. Do you remember that?
The guy has too much time on his hands. You think that Dame Brugler's beast is bad, then, Mike, for somebody who's got a full-time job that isn't doing draft scouting.
Yeah, but like when he messaged us today, obviously I'm not going to say it, but what he was doing today while he was in work, that's what he does. He sits there and he does this draft boards.
I was literally, I was hiding in a lane. I'm pretty certain we're okay because my boss doesn't watch this show. But
that's cool.
This is where, in fact, here we go. Here's a boss check, right? I was literally hiding down the road from a power station, depending to work. So if they looked, they were like, "Oh right, yeah, he's down in Swansea near the primary." I think he really wasn't.
Mike, what you do down a country road is your own business.
Country road.
Oh, why you got to take it there, bro?
Near a primary school.
That's one, bro.
There it is.
Oh, dude, he's done it. Oh, wait. Show him the good. No, show him the good stuff. Show him the graphs.
Oh, yeah, it's all on there. I can't do it on the screen. It won't come up on the screen.
Oh.
So is this rankings, Mike? So
this is my personal draft board, yeah. But
Trayvon Walker's not very high.
Graham just picking it apart live on air.
No, he's fine though. I said this to you, man.
Coding.
Oh,
what color coding? Where? On the heights and the weights.
I don't understand it at all. Yeah.
So green is ideal, blue is over, red is under.
See what I mean?
And you got all
it's freaking insane. It's class. Like everything you need is in there, and there's like a bazillion different ways. Like I swear I asked in the same question a couple of times, like, okay, how do you do this? Oh, well, let me show you a different way to do it. I'm like, mate, I'm trying to wrap my head around how you did it the first time and got to this so I can do it again. Don't show me something different.
I did email you that draft board out, mind. I did.
No, I know. I'm on about like when we were doing it in the Hippodrome.
When we did the
when
live,
we went out there and did it, and I was trying to find ways to search through to get to certain bits of info.
Everybody boo the commissioner. Boo.
Eagles fans, boo.
Do you have your own draft board, Marcus?
I don't.
I'm on my own now.
Do you want to borrow? There it is.
I got top 100 to my guy. It'll get the job done.
The Las Vegas Rams. Cleveland Browns are now on the clock.
Sonny Weaver Jr.
Remember the days when the Raiders just took whoever ran the 40 fast enough?
Yeah,
Yep.
it literally was. It literally was. And like, you could take the mick out of the Raiders for taking a punter, like what was it, in the second or the third round?
Yep, you can.
Yeah. No, but like
Did
think how long...
Janikowski was a first rounder, wasn't it?
He was a first rounder.
Right, he was, yeah. But then, you can take the mick out of that. But look how long he went in the league for. Look how long he played for the Raiders.
Yeah.
And that same draft, they also drafted, who was it, Shane Leckler, the punter as well, and he lasted a long time in the league as well. So
yeah.
Oh,
and think of their special teams. The Raiders. There was always something you could say, like, you could take the mick out of the Raiders, but you could always say their special teams was always there. It was always good. But as I say, make sure you join us. I know this is the first round, but make sure you join us tomorrow, 2 hours before the draft starts on day 2. We are getting live with us Will McClay to talk about the first round pick that they make tonight. We're going to get his reactions, his opinions, his scouting report. Got a couple of questions thrown his way. So, barring like any last minute issues where he has to run off and do something, he is with us.
Or we trade out of the first round altogether.
Yeah. So we had to like send him like our choice questions, what we were going to ask him. And ironically, they all revolve around the first round pick. And like you say, it would be just like the UK Cowboys luck that we get, that they trade out the first, and none of those questions are relevant.
What time is Will McClay coming on?
10 o'clock. So 2 hours before the draft.
Jags are on the clock.
Here we go, baby. Yeah, 2 hours before, mate.
So how long are the Jags going to take this year, do we think?
9 minutes.
All of the time.
They've been talking about it for the last 3 months, but they're going to take 9 minutes.
Is it a 10 or 15 minute clock tonight?
10
minutes.
10.
This is
okay. Yeah.
This is the thing.
10 minutes and then 5 minutes the rest of the time.
Just pull it out.
Here's what's ironic is 1 year, I think it was the Saints, maybe going back about 10 years, that they had the 10 minutes to make their pick and they missed it.
It was the Vikings, and they did it 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
2 years in a row.
Like, it's not even that hard. You just literally, you tell the guy down at the draft, you phone it in, you go, right, this is the pick. Use your card. Don't hand it in yet. Wait until 8 minutes, then go hand it in. If obviously anything changes between now and then, we'll call you. That's all you got to do. And then the guy sat at the table goes, all right, this is the pick. Right, okay. Set alarm for 5 minutes. And that's what you got to do. It's not that hard. How could you miss? How can you get that wrong?
Well, you got to remember the Cleveland Browns as well. I don't know if it was on draft day or if it was the trade deadline. They forgot to phone in some sort of trade that they'd agreed. The other side had phoned their side in, and they were all in agreement there,
right.
and then didn't get it until 5 minutes after the deadline, and the trade never went through. And Cleveland sucked that year.
Who was it as well? I'm pretty certain I might be getting my fact wrong because I was trying to think, was it the Panthers or the Saints? You were right, Brian. It was the Vikings, but I think it was the Saints that handed in the wrong pick. Seriously, that they phoned it in and then they made the pick and everybody was like, huh? And everybody was confused. They were just like, what is that about? And literally nobody knows where it went wrong.
That's a special kind of stupid right there.
Again, you've got one job to do.
Communication, guys, is key.
They brought that into the storyline for the league one year as well, when the McAllisters got to read out the draft pick in Chicago.
That's right. Yeah. But I think in terms of doing a draft pick live on stage, nothing will ever beat Drew Pearson's.
No, nothing will. Even when they tried, they failed.
Yeah. So, what do we think this pick is? Everybody quite happy that the Jags are taking Aiden Hutchinson, or do you think it's going to go a different way?
I think there's a lot of talk of Walker, but I think it will be Hutchinson.
Well, I do you know what's ironic is if they did take Walker, I wouldn't be like it would be crazy because obviously I think from that point, there's a few people that are in the top 10 that are going to want to try and trade for the second pick if Aiden Hutchinson doesn't get taken. But if they took Walker at this stage, I would be like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I
can still see them taking offensive line as well.
Yeah, an offensive Evan Neal here would be perfectly acceptable.
I mean, you took the best quarterback last year. Why not protect him? Why not keep him upright?
Give him some help.
Yeah. Because it's all well and good having your defensive end, or like you say, Wyatt is another good option. But what's the point if when your offense gets on the field, they go 3 and out every time because your quarterback's getting sacked? Yeah, I think the only reason why I don't think they would take Evan Neal here is the same thing we're all thinking. Offensive tackle, offensive line is quite deep. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to the second round, there's going to be a lot of options there for them in the first pick.
And the Jags have a sneaky good tackle group too. They're probably
true.
Yeah.
Because they drafted Walker Little last year from Stanford in the second round.
That's right.
Yeah.
And they just paid the other left tackle. I can't think of his name. Name escapes me, but they just signed him. And then they also have another first round pick on the opposite side, a kid from Florida. Juwan
Taylor.
Juwan Taylor, yeah.
Juwan Taylor, yeah.
Yep, there's 5 minutes gone.
Right.
They will milk it for all it's worth.
Picks in on my thing, but
I'm still counting down.
I don't see the Walker hype.
Oh, they're taking Albert Breer is saying that they're taking Walker.
Ooh.
Which broadcast are you guys watching? ESPN or NFL Network?
I got ESPN.
NFL Network, but I've got Twitter open as well, so I'm constantly up. Everything seems to be Trayvon Walker as the pick.
See, I stay away from Twitter because I want to see Goodell announce it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, and so what we'll do, right, is once the pick is in and they make the pick, I'll get your opinions, get your grade, and we'll get a scouting report on that player as well. Just basically where you guys feel that ranked. But I do think it's interesting. See, I am torn on this one. Yeah. Here we go. The pick is in. This is really, it's not really the power play, but this pick will determine really, I feel, what happens with the first 10 picks really is what this pick is.
Yeah, it starts your domino fall, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For me, the power position in this draft really doesn't happen until about the teens, the early teens.
That's fair.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, draft room. That's literally set up kind of like draft day as well.
And that is something we did try to get set up here as well, was to try and get a feed from the guys over in the Cowboys of the war room, but turned out technically it was going to be a complete mess. Oh, yeah. With everything else we got going on screen-wise, it was just going to be...
Here we go. I've got Goodell at the podium.
Oh, I've not yet.
I don't, but I've seen the pick.
Sweet Caroline.
And it's Trayvon Walker.
Okay. All right.
Here we go. This is where it's gonna go pretty
Man, you
crazy.
were way ahead of me.
I just got a notification through.
No, I mean like Lorne as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I will say this: I'd rather go to Jacksonville than Detroit.
Yeah.
Interesting pick.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it at all, and I get the reasons why, because Walker's got the interchangeability that he can play as your one, your three, or your edge, depending on really what you're choosing to do. What grade do you guys give this then? Anyone want to start off with a grade for me?
Oh, there he is.
I'll give it. I mean, it's always tough to rank the first round pick, but
of course
I'll give it an A simply because they haven't done anything silly. They've looked at their board and they've taken a hopefully a generational talent.
Yeah.
Pass rushers fly off the board, and they had something like a -20 in terms of turnover, so he certainly helps. I wouldn't give it an A+ because there were tackles on the board, but like we talked about, they don't really need tackles. So yeah.
Anyone else got a different grade? Higher, lower?
11th best player on my board, a B.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Who said that?
That was me.
Okay, I'm with you, Brian. It's a solid pick. I'm just cold on this guy. I mean, I love the athleticism, but when I look at linemen, I'm really, really hard on guys who have high pad levels. And he plays to me like a 3-4 outside linebacker.
Detroit's pick is in.
The movement skills are great, but I don't see him as a pass rusher. I mean, he can give you snaps inside, but I don't think you want him inside in the NFL.
And I now know who the pick is.
I think this is going to be the least surprising pick of.
Yeah, I know we can say yeah. I mean, unless they decide to take any trade offers, I'm with you, Brian. And it's kind of ironic that they really didn't take much time.
Yeah.
Here we go. The pick is in.
Well, this is moving along nicely. 2 picks.
Yeah.
2 picks very quickly on. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I know. Normally by now we've had a few trades.
Question for you guys: Did the Lions think QB at any point for number 2, or is it
no? They've picked 32, so they can get someone and get a 50-year option. They can trade up if they want.
I've got Goodell to the podium at the moment, so
okay. Yeah, I agree. They can get
their
back at 30.
Aiden Hutchinson, Michigan.
There's no surprise there. They don't have any defensive ends. Like the cupboard is bare for that team when it comes to pass rushers. They've been relying on Charles Harris a lot, a guy that I actually like, but he's not your go-to guy. I think Hutchinson comes in and gives them some good production.
And that is, for me, that so far has been like quite the steal of the draft when you think like for what Detroit need and what they were expecting. Because like you take Hutchinson with the first pick, they're not taking Trayvon Walker with the second. You know, they're gonna have to start looking at other, options at this point. But that's a hell of a pick for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell of a pick.
Like many people had Sauce Gardner mocked to them.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say they're just going, thank God.
Mm-hmm. And so far we've got back-to-back, as it was originally, not this way round, mind, but we have back-to-back pass rushers.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is kind of ironic because a lot of people were saying it was going to be the other way around. It was going to be Hutchinson, Thibodeau, and so far it's gone completely out the window. But I think, like, really, when you look at it, what Hutchinson can provide for me, that I quite like, you can argue about some of the measurables with him, but he is, like, when you look at it, the balance in terms of pass rush and run defense. I mean, he is right up there.
Yeah.
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 I'm looking at that comparable on the screen. That is a great comparable for him.
It is, yeah. It is a good one.
The one knock I've been hearing about him this week, and a lot of people have said it, is does he just have a high floor and has he much of a ceiling left to get to? And is that what worried the Jaguars?
Good point.
I see where you're going. Kind of like he does have a safe floor, but where's the ceiling because of obviously where he played and everything else around him. Yeah. Kind of like the quarterback situation for the Patriots last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like he had a high floor, but where's the ceiling?
Yeah.
And I think when you're a team like Detroit, that's 3-13, you've bombed out on a couple of first-round picks in the past. You almost have to go high floor.
Yeah.
You can't have
that's a good point.
Can't have an Akuda situation happen.
Yeah. I mean, the good thing is though is for him. I mean, obviously, he's got some way to go, but the sky's the limit for Hutchinson at this stage. And for Detroit, who have just been a complete nightmare, for them to get Hutchinson there. If I was the front office, I'd be ecstatic. I'd be like, oh yeah. But while we wait for the next pick to come in, I'll just give you some because we mentioned the measurables. I'll try.
The picks are flying, by the way. The pick for Houston's already in.
I love it.
Wow.
I love how this is moving along.
Might be a short show, guys.
I know. Bed by 2:30.
Yeah. But just to give you some idea, Hutchinson. So height, weight. Okay, that's fine. 10-yard split 1.62 and a 40-yard 4.74. That's 70th percentile for both. Vertical jump 36. That's 80th percentile. Big one though for me, which really attests to his agility. Is three cone. 6.73. Oh my god.
I'm a 3-cone guy, Mike.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. When it comes to pass rushers.
Oh yeah.
Yes. And even just to attest further again, his 20-yard shuttle was 4.15.
That's ridiculous.
That is fast. There are some wide receivers that don't even get that. Yeah, I'm with you as well, though, Marcus. That if you want to really take anything away from the combine, a lot of people look quite deeply in the 10-yard and 40-yard split. Okay, that's fine. I'm happy with that. But I'm with you. If you want to show me what you can do as a pass rusher, give me a 3-cone.
Right.
Yeah.
Pretty much for me, anything inside the hashes, I look at 3-cone first.
100%. Yeah. Give me a bench as well. I like. If you want to add the cherry on the cake. 1 second. I opened the window because it was boiling in here. but I think the espresso's worn off and I'm freezing cold. Give me a sec.
Lauren, you are miles ahead of us.
Well, he's only just coming to the. He's again. I'm keeping an eye on what's happening on Twitter, but that's Goodell coming to the podium now.
This is their first round pick since 2019, and it was 2017 before that when they had a first round pick.
Okay. It's confirmed it's Derek Stingley, the cornerback from LSU.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
So Sauce Gardner is not the first defensive back to go.
That is pretty crazy.
That's a
Talk about having a wild ride already. Talk about having a wild ride already.
Yep.
I never saw that as an option for Houston.
I did not, especially when you think like what they've left on the table, right? So they've left Sauce Gardner on the table, Charles Cross,
all the offensive tackles,
Thibodeau.
Yeah, Thibodeau. You know, like. You could just rattle off like half a dozen. Kyle Hamilton, if you really wanted to go there.
Yeah.
Wide receiver. Derek Stingley for me. I've got him as my 13th ranked player.
That sounds
the issues, right. Of course, there's nothing wrong with him, right? But here's my problem with Stingley is that we talked about this on our prospect project when we looked at cornerbacks. My issue with Stingley is that you haven't seen production or, considerable amount of snaps since 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Like the athleticism is there. One of my things on here is that unmatched speed and athleticism, and it's really true. And he's got oily hips. He can flip them really, really quick, which is amazing. And for the size as well that he's at, he can do. When you look at him, he has somewhat of a cornerback build, but the bigger type cornerback. But to be as lucid or as liquid as he is with his hips, that's the mark on the knock against him is the injuries, and also we had Big Game James and we were talking about this. Is that he has in his career 17.9 missed tackle rate, which is big.
That's huge, yeah.
That's huge, which is obviously a problem. I got to be honest with you. I'm a little bit surprised with that pick.
I just think to take somebody in the top 5, top 10, you've got to be squeaky clean, and the injuries scare me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And not to mention that he has this problem of being the sort of number one alpha in the CB room at the moment. You know, everybody was saying you need to actually protect him, and you know, somewhere like Dallas or Minnesota or whatever would have been a good pick for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it now means that you've either got the Giants are sitting there going, "Wow, brilliant! That's Sauce Gardner still on the docket." You know, they're going to be rubbing their hands from that.
Yeah, Andy Minette in the comments. I agree. This is definitely the first shock of the night.
Yeah.
The
first, because you could say like, "Oh, Trayvon Walker's a bit of a shock," but you could be like, "I don't know. I can buy that."
Yeah,
but I agree that the real true first wow point is that pick. Yeah, agree.
Yeah.
What do you guys think the Jets go?
Offensive tackle.
Yeah, Icky.
Okay.
Icky or Charles Cross. I don't think it'll be Evan Neal.
Okay. Now the Jets have put a lot of resources into their offensive line the past 2 or 3 years. You don't think they may go
true? Very true.
Well, they Vera Tucker and they took Mekhi Becton in the last 2 years.
Which and the issue you have with Becton is he went injured and they continue to play him. I was not a fan of that at all.
Mm-hmm. I could see Sauce Gardner here.
I could see Sauce Gardner too. Just cover 3 team.
Yeah.
You know what that coach wants to do on defense. I would go tackle, but I could see Sauce.
Yeah,
The Twitter
I agree.
sphere is saying the pick is in.
Don't tell us yet.
Yeah. They can't let Zach Wilson get hurt again. So tackle would be the best bet.
And when you think as well the type of quarterback that Wilson is, he
Yeah.
really does need time to see the field.
Mm-hmm.
Any
thought about receiver right here before Lauren gives it away?
Possibly. That could be a good call, Marcus. That could be a very good call.
All of their receivers are slot guys to me. They don't have a X.
I see where you're going, yeah. And there's another way you help Wilson again. You know, give him a quicker pass option with a pure X. Yeah, I like that.
But they pick at 10, so they can take care of that there.
Exactamundo. That was it. You just beat me. You just beat me to the play I was going to make. I was going to go, but do you just wait until the 10th pick and then you be the first guy to take a wide receiver off the board there?
You ready to
So
spoil Lauren?
I have to pick
I'm
now
ready.
as well.
I can give you the spoiler if you want.
Go for it.
The Jets select Sauce Gardner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, question is, when's the first offensive player going to be picked? This time last year we were saying,
Next pick.
when's the first defensive player?
Giants are going to take a tackle.
Yeah. There's no way the Giants don't take a tackle. No way.
They will take a tackle and they'll take Kyle Hamilton with their second pick.
There's
they might
no
even
way you
take
can get
Hamilton here.
Now, I like this pick because I do like Gardner. Gardner is, in fact, my cornerback one.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
there's two stats just come up on the screen for the Jets only had 7 interceptions last year, which was the lowest since 2014, even for them. And they had a minus 13 turnover ratio last year as well. So.
Oh, their turnover differential, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you look at the Jets coach and what he did with San Francisco, Robert Saleh,
yeah,
like Sauce Gardner's his wet dream. Like this is his prototype for what he wants for a corner. Big, lanky, long arms, fast, quick twitch. He gives him everything he needs to
football intelligent.
Yeah.
He bases his cover 3 off of having that one that one corner that can take one side of the field, and then everything else kind of flows off of that. So this gives him what he wants.
I'm just a bigger fan of everything that he provides. And think about Cincinnati, right? They're a group of 5 team, and they go and make the playoffs. You know, last year, Sauce Gardner being one of the reasons that helped get them there.
Yeah.
And that's all you have to do. You just have to turn around and go, they made the playoffs. And you go, yeah, okay.
Right.
Give me anyone who's who played Cincinnati then.
And you know the best thing, Sauce Gardner has just walked to the wrong side of the green room to walk out of it, and he's suddenly realising how to jump.
as we talk about how
Oh no!
Yeah. But think about this,
read
right?
the playbook on that one.
Yeah. Think about this, though, right, guys? You were talking about length and everything there, Marcus. But check this out, right? The guy is nearly 6'3", 6'2 3/4", right? But then he has a wingspan of 79 3/8 inches, right? Then add in to the fact he has an arm length of 33.5. I mean, that is just that's a monster area.
That's a long player.
That is a huge window. Like, you think of how much of a window he can close there.
And that's what you want when you run a cover 3.
Oh, God, yeah. Don't you just? And, you know, his speed is fine. That's adequate and all the rest of it. That's fine. Oh, I can see Gardner now. Yeah, he's running. He's using that speed we just talked about.
Right.
The one thing I'm going to ask here, right? Yeah. How much did Sauce Gardner benefit from having Kobe Bryant on the other side of the field from him? Because
I would say it's the other way around.
Kobe Bryant is going to be a top 100 cornerback as well.
Yes. But I would say Kobe Bryant benefited more off Sauce Gardner than the other way around.
I'm not sure I understand. Because Bryant was aimed at more. Teams avoided Sauce. And Bryant performed brilliantly.
Yes. So because Gardner was closing those throw-in lanes down so much, it meant that Bryant was having to get targeted more, and Bryant was showing the ball skills that he could. If Gardner wasn't as good, like his closing speed with Gardner, his closing speed, it's the whole shebang, right? So that means Bryant is getting targeted more, and he was showing off the skills. All right, it wasn't perfect every time with him, so that meant that Bryant was benefiting more from Garner playing so well over the other side.
Yeah. Lawrence, you want to call like that stat you've just put into the chat?
Yeah, so Trey Wingo has just tweeted that this is the first time in draft history that 2 defensive backs have gone in the top 4 picks. So,
the only thing I will say about Gardner, my only issue with him is his experience in press man. And when he did do it, he brought up a lot of penalties. A lot of, you go back and watch it. He's very grabby, especially in press man.
Yeah.
So, and press man is the hardest thing to try and get down in the NFL. So, that the good thing is that there's not a lot you need to train into him. That's really the biggest thing.
Yeah. And I mean, like we just talked about, they run a lot of cover 3.
Yeah.
So he may not be putting a lot of press man situations.
Exactly. And he'll have that cover help as well if all goes wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Giants pick is in.
Is there any chance that this is Thibodeau and we go 5 straight?
Ooh.
That would be a shock.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because they still run a 3-4, right? No, they changed defensive coordinators.
But do they not? I was going to say they're still running 3-4. I'm pretty certain.
Wink Martindale's from Baltimore.
Yeah. They can't. They can be flexible though.
Okay. Yeah.
They have that flexibility to switch it either way if they want it.
Yeah, everything's multi-front now.
Yeah.
Well, to be honest with you, base defense nowadays is your nickel.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's pretty much your base defense going forward now.
I know who the pick is if you want, but
put it in the private chat and then we'll. I like how far ahead you are. Oh wow!
I just got it now, so I did.
I see it, but I would say I'm just still going to say this. If I were the Giants, I would almost just have considered going just back-to-back offensive linemen because they need it desperately.
Wow,
but
that is crazy.
And Goodell's coming to the podium just now to announce it.
Yeah, so Dallas is going to trade up for a lineman. It looks like
it's going to go that way. The way this is going,
I'll tell you.
I think they should be on the phone now.
Crossing deal when everybody else will be dropping.
I was about to say at this point, Icky might be in the conversation for us. The way this is
going. Can you imagine that though? Right?
Did you say earlier, Mike, about 24 ago?
Oh, I missed the end of that, mind you, Bri. You slightly cut out a little bit.
I said 24. Evan Neal, sign me up.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the rest of the teams picking right now. The Falcons won't go tackle.
No.
Seattle may go tackle, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I see. Again, Seattle, they're not a team like we were talking. Cowboys don't take safety. Eagles don't take linebacker. Mm-hmm. Seattle don't take offensive lineman.
They don't. And then you got the Jets, which I think they could go tackle, but I just feel like that might be the first receiver at that point.
I think so too.
And then you got Washington, which is maybe the first tackle.
Yeah.
And that's 11.
Right, so the pick is confirmed. It is Kayvon Thibodeau from Oregon.
Wow.
Okay.
Washington love a defensive lineman as well, so they might take one. They might take Jordan Davis.
They do like defensive linemen. That is true.
They do.
And like the only knock for me with Thibodeau, right, and why he wasn't really taken first, for me, yeah, okay, you can say about the comments that he makes, but you do need an extra seat for Thibodeau. I've said this from the start, is that you need one for him physically and the other seat for his ego.
Mm-hmm.
He carries a big ego around with him. And go on, Marcus.
I was about to say the Big Apple is the wrong place to have a big ego.
I know exactly, but the media market is just like all on you. Yeah, totally with you on that one. And you know, like I know where the comment issues are coming from, but I feel the comments that he make is more of a testament to his personality as opposed to how he actually thinks. I get the one comment, which it was a bit concerning, was that he did get an offer to play at Alabama, and he was just like, no, I don't want to play in Alabama because Alabama is all about the football. And then you turn around and you go, but you're a first-round pick. As you can see, he's a top 5 pick, right? And you're saying football isn't the first thing on your mind? That's my issue. But apart from that, everything I do like. I think he was great. He showed you a lot. He did show you a lot. I mean,
do we think Jerry's on phone here?
Not yet, but
not yet. But if it carries on dropping, then yeah.
I don't know, because think about this, right? Panthers are up, right? And there's a guy that there's a team. I say guy. There's a team that needs capital. You were sat there with 9 draft picks this year. Panthers are going, what are we doing? You know, we could take this pick and then we got to wait for 2 days. There's never going to be a moment where you could get the 6th pick in an NFL draft at its cheapest.
That's true.
Yeah.
You know, the opportunity is never coming around again. Albeit, mind you, there are obviously, you know, like, who's this kid? There's also about 26 other teams thinking the same thing, mind.
Yeah.
This has to be the first tackle.
See, like
Carolina have picked 8 last year, 7 the year before, 16, 24, and 8. So they're not a good team. Last year. So they have a lot of.
Carolina draft?
Go ahead, Marcus.
I was about to say, didn't they draft all defense last year? Like the whole draft was defense?
No, they took Terrence Marshall and Brady Christensen, Tommy Tremble, Chuba Hubbard. They went pretty much offense.
I might be thinking about the year before then.
Yeah.
The year before, all defense. Yeah, 2020.
Okay. I knew it was one of those years.
Yeah, you were right.
This has to be Icky or. Would you be opposed, right, if they didn't take Icky or Evan Neal and they took Charles Cross?
Okay, if they want.
Yeah.
Is there any chance this is a quarterback?
Could be.
No, I don't.
I think I mean, it's down to 2 minutes at the moment. I think they're on the telephone. Trading now.
Very well be.
I think they're too.
If we get a trade alert, just let me know. We can put our little surprise graphics that we have.
Lauren, you're the furthest ahead, so let us know.
Yeah, just let us know.
I'm keeping an eye out.
If you just let us know if a trade alert comes in.
Well, they're saying the pick is in on Sky, so
yeah,
I haven't seen anything yet.
It has to be a quarterback or a tackle, though. It has.
I think, yeah. I would say I would be more down the line here of it being a tackle than a quarterback.
Yeah.
And even for the Panthers, it's not a bad way to go. build your line, even if you're thinking down the road, maybe next season, where you take a quarterback. There's nothing wrong this year in going, offensive line is deep. Let's build our offensive line. Then next year we can take a quarterback, and it's quarterback rich next year. When you think of the quarterbacks that are going to declare, you could turn around and go, right, build the offensive line. We can then drag and drop a quarterback in you. We're away.
Yeah, and then you look at last year. They're starting
Sam
tackle.
Darnold never had a good offensive line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, the starting tackle was Cam Irvin.
I'm
just saying, give a kid a chance.
Yeah. I mean, Sam Darnold was all right until he came to Dallas, and season went down the hill there.
Yeah. All right, I got one for you while we're on talking about, and see if people at home can get this too. So we'll get our first draft to the future, right? While we're talking quarterback, a nice easy one to get everybody going. What year was quarterback Ben DiNucci drafted?
2020.
That was Mike McCarthy's first draft.
Yep.
Yeah. Nice easy one to begin with. See? The next one is a lot tougher on this list.
Come on, man.
Well, do you want the next one that's on my list or a quarterback while we're talking quarterbacks?
Just
go through the list. All right then. What year was running back Felix Jones drafted?
2006.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now I tried to guess the year with each one, and I actually got this one wrong.
2007, I think, for that one.
I think it's 7.
2007. 2007. We'll wait to see if there's any offers coming in on the comments. The comments, no. All right, let's go with it. The year Felix Jones was drafted was 2008. And I was with both of you. I said 2007 as well. I was like, it's got to be 2007. It is no way it's any later than that. And it was 2008. And I was like, really? And then I was trying to think of like the Madden games, and I was like, I swear I played Madden games where Felix Jones was earlier than that.
Yeah. I knew it was 2006 because that was the Barbie Carpenter year.
That's right. Yeah.
I've seen the pick now as well, so if you want to call it out.
Right. So
it has to be Icky.
It is Icky. Yep.
Yeah, Icky Kwanu.
That's a good pick.
I
mean, last year they had to bring in Cam Newton out of his house because all the quarterbacks were hurt.
And we'll just bring the
last year they picked up Brady Christensen and Rich's draft crush Deontay Brown as well.
Okay.
And
so they're built there. Sorry, Marcus?
Was Christensen a third-round pick from Penn State?
Christensen was third, yeah. He was picked 306.
Okay.
And think as well about this, right? That the entire Carolina offense, really, it runs through their running back, who keeps getting injured. What a better way to try and help him out. Yeah, but what better way to try and help him out a bit than getting the guys to give you some push up front? So that's going to help you immediately this season with what you're trying to do. Yeah. But, going forward, build your offensive line. So build your foundation before you put on the house, before you put on the roof.
That is some outfit that Ikem is walking to the podium wearing.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. It took until pick 6 to get our first offensive lineman or first offensive player on the board.
All right. So is this where the run comes in? There with the
yeah. I like I say, run blocking. I do like Icky. He's my number one offensive tackle this year. For some people, that's not so much the case. But I mean, when you look at it, there's nothing really in terms of his measurables where you go, ooh, I don't know. Like everything's just like perfectly fine. You just go, yeah, that's perfectly fine. Massive wingspan, like just engulfs people, but that is some outfit, like you say. Yeah, look at that. That's dapper. Ironically, that fits in perfectly with the Panthers mold.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's got his hat on. There we go.
Do we think the Giants are going to go offensive tackle, or are they going to take Kyle Hamilton?
Any chance of receiver?
Well,
no.
Nah, I don't think so. But here's one for you. Do you think there's any chance, right, which would be a big kick in the pants, do you think there's any chance this is quarterback?
I still think it's too early. But
yeah, I do too.
This isn't the Dave Gettleman Giants anymore. They're not going to make crazy decisions.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's quarterback.
I actually really like the Giant safeties that they have right now.
It's not bad. It's the only one part that is okay. Yeah.
Did they pick up Daniel Jones's option?
No, not yet. Not yet.
No, they. I think the deadline passed already.
Yeah.
Right.
I think is the deadline not next week.
I thought it's May, beginning of May.
Yeah, I think it's next week. It's always the week after the draft. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But except I could be totally wrong.
No, you're probably right. But yeah, I think if McKinney can stay healthy, he can have a breakout year this year. I'm a huge fan of Julian Love. They drafted Aaron Robinson last year, who I think will probably go to safety at some point. So I think they're pretty good at safety, but that offensive line.
The deadline's Monday.
Okay.
Oh,
so
yeah, like they could take a safety because they only have the two guys you mentioned, Marcus.
Yeah.
And then if as you say, Aaron Robinson went in as a safety, they do need bodies.
They have a bunch of guys who can play safety though, because they also have Darnay Holmes out of UCLA.
Yeah.
I think he's a better safety than corner, but they still play him at corner for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And
so the pick is in for the Giants.
Okay. They also got the old man Rodarius Williams.
Yeah.
The 30-year-old rookie. I don't think he's athletic enough to play corner. I think he'll have to play safety if he wants to stay in the league.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of old school Dallas Cowboys converting corners to safety. So
yeah,
you can only do so many.
But get your comments in, guys. Tell us, what do you think of the draft so far? Give us like a general grade of what you give this draft as it stands for just these picks. So far, tell us as well what you think. What the Cowboys going to do? Just let us know. Be interested to know what you guys think.
He's come to the podium and he's announcing the Giants pick.
I'm just shocked there were 5 straight defensive players.
Yeah,
and it's Evan Neal out of Alabama.
Cool.
That's a great pick.
That is. I like that.
They've got the number 2 and number 3 players on my board.
Yep.
Giants are killing it.
He's been working with Duke Manyweather this off season as well. So
yeah,
he's been featured on their Big Boys Club that was going out as well. So, and he is a big lad.
Yeah.
They're looking after the trenches. I'll say that for them.
Yep.
And when you think as well, when you think of the NFC East, so you've got the Commanders, the Cowboys, which are obviously trying to do what they can, a pass rusher, the Micah Parsons as well. Think of like the Eagles' defensive line as well. The Giants really, what they're doing, you know, they're getting their pass rusher, they're getting their offensive linemen. So they're trying to emulate what the rest of the NFC East is trying to do. It's completely sensible. Like you can't knock their 2 picks. Just perfect. You've knocked it out the park.
But But good luck to the Giants trying to re-sign a pass rusher and a tackle in the same spring.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna be costly.
And like, don't forget the Giants took Andrew Thomas 2 years ago.
They did.
As an offensive tackle. So, yeah, I love Andy's comment.
Great point, Andy.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like it, Andy.
Yeah, normally I don't like Alabama linemen because usually they're just guys that are too big to go around.
Yeah,
lumpy. But I really like Neal. Neal's kind of the opposite of what we normally see from Alabama linemen.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll have. I don't think he'll be a bust. He's got it.
But he is, as you say, he is a big guy. Like when you look at it, he's 6'7.5", 337 pounds. That's big. 83-inch wingspan, 34-inch arm length. Like again, he does fit that Alabama mold, like you said. But he does. He plays differently. I'll agree with you that with what they usually have. And what you tend to find is Alabama, when it comes to the offensive line, you always tend to find that that offensive line is all about their strength is they're all part of the same moving part, the same. They're all just a cog in the machine. So it all comes together nicely when they're all blended together. But Evan Neal does stand out. Pass protection, if you want to go negatives. In his pass sets, he is going to need to improve on his technique. Mentioned his height, right? So when you think about it, his height, he's nearly 6'8". So that's a lot. That's a big frame to go from your hand in the dirt to coming back up, and you do see that sometimes. Now, when
he's a waist bender too.
You what? Sorry, mate.
He's a waist bender.
Yes, he is exactly that. Because of his height. That's going back to because of how tall he is. So because he's so tall and he's trying to get down to pass rushes at 6'3", he's bending at the waist, as you say, which is not a good thing.
Luckily for him, because they have Andrew Thomas, he doesn't have to go to left tackle immediately. He can go to right tackle. They could even put him at guard if they wanted to. That'd be a big guard, but he doesn't have to get thrown out at that premier pass rusher position.
Yeah. And I tell you as well, something that they will need to do that is something that people won't know. He did have a trouble during his collegiate time with his weight, and they really, really had to manage his weight for him. And that's something the Giants are going to have to do. I think at one point he was just shy of 400 pounds.
That's a big guy.
Lord.
That is big. So they did have to manage. They did have to manage that.
The pick is in for Atlanta. Yep.
So are they going to go quarterback or are they going to go wide receiver? Because they could go either here.
Let me see.
I don't want to comment because I do know the pick.
Or could they go Kyle Hamilton? Kyle Hamilton is better.
Like when you think about it, right? Like that meme. I always like this. That meme of John Travolta from Pulp Fiction, where he's just like doing that. Right. Like, I don't know. That right now is Kyle Pitts. Like when you think about it, Kyle Pitts, he's lost Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Matt Ryan. He's just stood in that in the ball skill department, just going like, I don't know. He's all on his own.
What I'm looking at teams like Kansas City and Green Bay at the end of the draft, end of the first round.
Yeah.
Somebody's gonna go to them to jump Detroit to get a quarterback.
Yeah.
So the pick is is Drake London.
I was just about to say that. If you would let me finish, I was going there. I was going to say this is one of those teams that's going to jump Detroit to get their quarterback, and I think they're going to want to get a big receiver to match up with the tight end to give them some weapons because they don't have any big guys.
I like Big London.
There goes talk of Jerry trading up for Drake London. Anyway, it's done.
Yeah. And as well, on the other note as well, it also puts to bed the Stingley talk.
Yeah.
So we've had two of the major ones put out of our mind. But
Charles Cross is still there.
Charles
Still there.
Crossing, it's true. But I mean, for me,
I
Drake
still
London,
want
we
him.
mentioned this. We mentioned this before the show started. For me, Drake London could very well have been wide receiver 1 if it wasn't for the injury that he had earlier in the season. For me, Drake
Mike?
London would have gone first. Yes.
He is wide receiver 1.
Yeah,
He's
true.
the first
There
wide
you go.
receiver off the board.
Yeah. But I mean, like on people's consensus rankings or draft rankings, they didn't have Drake, and I understand why, injury history. But the guy, honestly, I mean, and here's what's ironic is that he when you think about it, because like he's tall, he's lanky, he can go up and get the ball. Think about what the type of receivers right now that they've got. Calvin Ridley, when he comes back, with the arm length, with the height and everything else, downfield threat. Kyle Pitts, very much the same. Len, Drake London. There seems to be a theme now that they're going down in their pass catches. Oh, very interesting. Graham, you with us?
My concern about Drake London, and I like him, I don't love him. When I look at a guy like this, he has a problem separating, and you got to be able to separate at some point in the NFL. He has to have a quarterback who's very accurate to be an X, in my opinion. Now, if you want to consider the tight end as the X, okay, this is a great pick. But if you expect Drake London to come in and be your coverage dictator and be your number one guy, I don't think he can be that unless he has a very talented quarterback to get him the ball.
Yeah, and of course, Atlanta have just got rid of their quarterback.
Right.
So
yeah, that's what I mean. So, like, you know, when you think like Kyle Pitts at the moment, all on his own, like you think about what happened with Kyle Pitts, right? Gets drafted last year, and he's just like, oh, look at this, look what's going on. Think about what the Falcons have done since he's been drafted. I bet he's just like, is this what the NFL is like?
Right.
Like, what's happened? I have no team. Like everybody's gone.
Right.
Literally. Like, can you imagine it? Can you imagine like starting your job, right? You go to your first day of work and they're like, yeah, welcome, coming in. And you're just like, oh, and these guys, and you're like, wow, look at all these like top people in this field. Like, oh, this guy's like one of the best at his job. And this guy, he's been around, he's been like to the very top, you know, into a Super Bowl, all right. And then all of a sudden, you come in the next week, and they're like, "Yeah, you're the main man. You're on your own." You just be like, "What the hell?"
Right.
Crazy. All funny.
So that's Seattle on the clock. Do we think this could be quarterback?
Ooh.
No.
No, you still.
They're making all the right noises.
Pete Carroll doesn't draft quarterbacks.
That is true.
I've heard they like Locke, so we'll see. But it could well be Lon. I agree.
Yeah,
like they're probably just saying the right things, but
pick is in.
Yeah, there's going to be a run on quarterbacks pretty soon, but I don't think it's Seattle.
Right.
Yeah.
I've seen the pick.
When would you say the quarterback run for you, Marks, is going to start then? Where do you think it's going to be? For me, I actually think, personally, the first quarterback doesn't come off till the Steelers.
I think it may start a little bit sooner than that.
Yeah?
Maybe either New Orleans or somebody jumps New Orleans to...
New Orleans is a good shout.
Just come back to what you were saying, Mike. Like anybody that takes a quarterback this year is effectively saying that we don't want one from next year.
That's
which is crazy.
That's a good point.
That you could, right? There's nothing wrong. Look, there's nothing wrong with Willis. There's nothing wrong with Pickett. I'm saying nothing wrong. There are obviously always things wrong with but I mean in terms of taking them in the first round, there's nothing wrong in doing it. You could twist my arm into Corral. You could twist my arm into Ridder as well, whose pre-draft process has definitely boosted his stock. And it just depends really which way round you want to philosophize how you're going to build your roster. Do you just want to, if you're going to be one that takes one of those 3 or 4 quarterbacks now, you're just saying like, right, let's get it done. Let's just get our guy in. Let's start, get him into training camp, get him training, get him with our coaches. Let's start doing it now. And then next year, then your mind's off the idea of having a draft one. But it just depends which way, like I say, you want to philosophize how you're going to go about it.
Here's an interesting take from Joe. He reckons the Giants are going to go after Baker Mayfield. What do we think about that?
It works.
Yep.
I'd have no problem with that because I think Mayfield is trash.
Yeah.
And he's even bigger trash than
I don't
Joe.
know if he's trash. I think he's had a hard time at Cleveland. I will give him that to defend him.
He's trash.
What I'd say is he took the Cleveland Browns, who have not been to the playoffs before for a long time. He took them to the playoffs. Now, and I mean, give or take
more
the injury. But you can throw it away quite easily as a quarterback if the whole talk when we had Quincy Carter was that he was the bus driver. Joe Flacco's won a Super Bowl. So anyway, the pick is in for Seattle.
Lauren, is it a defensive lineman?
I hate Seattle.
It's not.
No.
It's a tackle.
Okay. The first time in 30 years?
Something like that, yep. So it's another one of Jerry's targets off the board. So it's Cross.
Okay. It's a good pick.
I
Steve, you're welcome.
I see that and I'd laugh. Charles Cross, if you said to me Charles Cross was your number 1 tackle on your board, I would say, yeah, totally understand why. There he is. Fantastic player.
Yeah.
Physical freak.
Definitely that, yeah. I'm trying to find. There we go. Yeah, and an all-rounder too. Like if you say what's his run blocking like, good. Pass blocking, good. What about playing in a zone blocking scheme or in gap power? You go both good.
Yep.
So you can't go wrong. There's no. He's not scheme specific. As a tackle, you can really much put him there, and he is going to play left tackle. He can play left tackle right now too.
Drew Lock's applauding that one as well.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of Charles Cross being here in Mississippi, and the only flaw I see in his game is he has a narrow base.
Yeah.
And he has some balance issues with that. That's it. If somebody works on that base and gets it wider, this kid can be all pro.
Yeah, and his arm length is an issue too. And you tie arm length in with balance issues. You do see then him overextending. And when you think of like the faster pass rushes, when he's doing that, that's how you see him getting beat. That he starts overextending, he gets himself, as you say, with narrow feet. He's got the short arms and he gets beaten.
I think the base can take care of that because sometimes I watch him in his shuffle and it almost looks like his heels squeak together when he goes into his back pedal. His feet are that close.
And think as well, Mississippi State as well, how their scheme, because they play the air raid offense. So think how much easier that becomes for an offensive lineman when you're playing that.
Yeah.
So that their scheme has helped him a little bit, but that's not to take away anything from him. He's still a fantastic player. I love Charles Cross. Yeah. I give that an A. And what's surprising is Seattle have broken the mold and taken an offensive lineman finally.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Russell Wilson must be screaming at the moment.
I know, and that's ironic.
All he's been arguing for the last
Yeah.
5 or 6 years, an offensive lineman to block for him.
Yeah. Like I'm just watching tape now, right? So kick slide, fine. And you go, yeah, that's fine. But you're looking at it, you're looking, kick slide, he's holding up, that's fine. But every time I'm watching this right now, right? So inside, fast pass rusher, yeah. But again, like everything, when you're just watching the offense, you're just watching everything, and you're just like going, I'm watching it right now. Pass. And you're just going, oh, yeah, okay. There you go. Air raid offense. So it is helping him slightly, but I'm not taking anything away from Charles Cross. Great player.
Yeah. If you told me in 3 years he'd be a better pro than Neil, I wouldn't be surprised.
100%. I absolutely agree with you in terms of like where his ceiling can go with because he's got all the fundamentals. So you're just building on that. I totally agree with you. Hell of a take. I like that.
Jets pick is in. Do we think this is a wide receiver? Is it for start going?
So I'm trying to.
Unless they reach for another tackle like Penning, it has to be wide receiver in my opinion.
Could, yeah. So you're gonna basically do that, or what about somebody like Carl Aftis or Boye Mafe?
How about safety with Kyle Hamilton still on the board?
I was just about to say it too, because again, he's got to implement his cover 3. He doesn't have that big safety.
Or what if they went off track and drafted a defensive tackle here, one of the big 2?
They're pretty good at defensive tackle right now, though, because they still got Quinnen Williams, they got Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to build on what they've got. Strength on strength.
Solomon Thomas.
Yeah. And I'm just thinking with what they've got, that build of strength on strength.
Yeah. I could probably see.
Mike, I think you could be right with defensive end.
Yeah,
because they don't have great defensive ends. Lord knows what the pick is, so he's going.
I've got Goodell's coming to the podium, and the pick is.
I think it's wide receiver
in the chat, Lorne.
Garrett Wilson, Ohio State.
Thought as much.
The first one was off, and that is my wide receiver 1 this year. For a number of reasons. One, he's got Wilson, which is a great last name, but here's the thing, right? And I'll ask both Brian and Marcus this one, right? Because I know you guys watch a lot of college. Lorne does too. I know Graham's a little bit. He more joins in after. But do you think Wilson, like we were talking about, when we were talking Sauce Gardner about Kobe Bryant benefiting off the other side, do you think Garrett Wilson benefited off the other wide receiver who isn't in this year's draft?
You nailed it. Jackson Smith and Jigba. There we go. Yeah. 2024 draft. Pick.
Oh, yeah. There's a top 5 pick right there. But do you think Wilson benefited off him, if you like?
He benefited from Jackson Smith and Jigba, and they had Chris Olave as well.
Chris Olave, yeah. Well, I know you go, but I was more talking in respect of But I think Olave and Garrett Wilson benefited off him.
I'm back.
Yeah, they did.
Hi there, baby.
He's back.
Well, this has been an interesting draft so far. I will first say I hate what the Giants have done.
Oh, really? I hate because
I hate that they've done well. They've done
well.
And I hate it.
I mean, we was talking about that ironically. Saying like they've smashed it out the park. They've done exactly what they needed to do. They've got one of the best pass rushers. They got one of the best offensive tackles. you know,
You
they
can't.
off.
It's basically the building up the new foundations. It's basically ever
Yeah,
since it's definitely
Gentleman's gone.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
regime change for sure.
Yeah.
But I can't help but laugh. It's going to be Wilson to Wilson for the Jets.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
The law firm.
But isn't it ironic?
We've got a trade.
Oh, have we?
Yep. Saints have
Yeah.
traded up.
Saints have moved in.
Here we go.
Washington's dropped back.
Yeah.
Do you think this is quarterback then?
It has to be. It has to be. I think it's
Yeah,
ready.
you would
According to Dov Kellerman, it's for Malik Willis.
That is. Yeah, I've just had something come through now.
Yeah.
Interesting. Makes
Let me
perfect
say this-
sense. Malik Willis is the best quarterback on my list.
Let me say this about Wilson before we move on.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, those Ohio State receivers just terrify me because of that system.
Yes.
You really don't know what you get in terms of coming off the line of scrimmage because they never have to worry about that.
Yeah.
And also, he's the same mold as every receiver they have. 6 foot, 4.3 guy.
Yeah.
I just unless that's just the scheme they want, I think you got to bring something different in because he's no different than the guy they brought in last year in the first round.
So compensation.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, here he comes. Oh,
let's bring him in. Here he is.
Hey.
Well, hello there, guys.
What's going on, Heckma?
Hey, well, how y'all feeling? Come on now. It's draft day. We right here.
It's the big H.
We're 13 picks away.
How are you feeling about it so far?
You know what? I think everybody's playing it safe so far. You could tell. Let me take that back. I think Walker going with the first pick, I was a little shocked by that. But I think the way that the draft board has been going so far has been pretty cool. So, nothing, no shakeups just yet. But I just feel like right now, I'm really wondering what New Orleans is going to do right here because this is really going to dictate the way that the next couple of picks go. If they go quarterback or something crazy happens, so I don't know. I'm sure you guys have been saying that this whole time. What's up, everybody?
I'm good. Just to follow up, so Washington just got the 16th, the 98th, and 120th pick with that trade.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Didn't we just talk about Washington needing picks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ironic that we were talking about that pre-draft that they didn't have a lot of capital and now look. But do you think they'll use all those first round picks that they've just acquired, or do you think they're gonna sell them off as well?
They've only picked up a first, a third, and a fourth. So they're not gonna trade out of there, I don't think.
Come on.
No, the Commanders need the picks. They need all the help they can get. Man, how about Thibodeau going to the Giants? Man, I love that kid. I love that kid. Now he's dead to me. I loved him. You guys, I loved him. Lauren, what'd you do with Lauren?
Oh, he's gone to sleep already. It is bad that we was ironically talking about it, and then Paul's come back in and said the same thing, that the Giants have really smashed those two picks out.
What's up, Graham? You sexy beast.
Yeah, good.
Hey, baby. It's been a minute, man. I ain't seen you in a while. Every time they have me on, you're never around, and now I get a chance to kick it with you. What's up, buddy?
So there's that much of a queue to get on when we get you, Heckma, so I can't really. I need to wait my turn.
Hey, could somebody help me out with the other guy he's over here? Who is he? He doesn't have a British accent. He doesn't have a British accent. So where'd he come from?
This is Bluff City Cowboys that runs.
What's up, baby? I'm just messing with you, man.
What's going on, man? Hugh Stan. Huge fan of your work on DallasCowboys.com.
Oh, no, I'm a huge fan of your work, man. It's all good. Yeah.
From Tennessee, all the way from Tennessee.
Yeah. What just
Are you
happened?
you're Middle Tennessee, aren't you, Marcus?
No, I'm Western. As far west as you can get.
Oh, pick is in. And I've just seen the pick. Do you want me to tell?
Yeah.
Is it quarterback?
Nope. It's not.
Wow.
It's not. I'm shocked.
Why do the Saints always do this? Why? They traded up to get a.
What did they do? What did they just do?
My guess is
I
Jermaine
bet you they've
Johnson.
gone defensive end.
No.
Johnson.
With the 11th pick overall, they have selected wide receiver Chris Olave.
Chris Olave, yeah. I just literally
that
thought of
makes
it as
sense.
soon as you said it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I hate that, man. You guys
Yeah.
are ahead of me, and you're in Europe, and that makes me a little pissed off right now. Okay, I just want you to know that. And so, look, Paul, if you're gonna ruin this draft for me the way that you just did, you're gonna have to rewind. You're gonna have to rewind your TV so we can be on the same time because
Do you feel
my
that
pick isn't even in on my side yet.
Heck, man, these guys are on Twitter. That's how they find out. They're on. They're not watching TV. They're on Twitter.
Oh, come on.
Yo,
do you think though that the Saints could have waited for that pick though?
I think
No.
I think
No,
No.
no chance.
no.
No.
No,
Like,
I don't think
there's
so.
There's other teams would have picked him up straight off the bat.
Vikings need wide receiver. Ravens need wide receiver. Eagles need.
Lions have
need
just
to go
traded.
now.
Lions have just traded in as well.
They moved to 12.
Whoa.
Yep.
They
This is
came
Willis.
from 32.
Yep.
Wow.
Jeez.
I can only imagine what they had to give up.
It's all going on, man. It's all going on.
We bring.
Oh, this is nuts.
Was that right?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. I agree, Brian. I agree. we lost you there, mate. We lost you.
Like, this has to be quarterback, though. This one has to be quarterback.
Oh, that's me. Apologize. Sorry.
Right. So
Taylor's staying. Look at old Taylor's out here.
I'm wondering what the draft compensation had to be to go from 32 to what 12.
So what do we rank? So who do we reckon it's going to be, guys?
Malik.
Yeah.
I think Kenny Pickett. You got to like Kenny Pickett, but think about this, right? Kenny Pickett is not the type of quarterback you want to take into Detroit with that cold weather.
So Detroit, the compensation, Detroit have sent 32, 34, and 66 to the Vikings for 12 and 46.
Wow.
They had 34. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. That was their second round pick and their third round pick, and they've got back the Vikings.
That's not as much as I thought it would be.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, they've dropped. That's what 12 picks have dropped back in the second round as well. So
that's my man Lauren. What's up, Lauren?
How you doing, Heck?
Man, I'm good.
Sorry,
bro.
I was letting my pal when you came in. So
all good.
Hey, you all right?
So far, so far.
Have you
so
got your
good,
steps
huh?
in today, Hackner?
Man, what?
I'm just double checking.
What?
I'm double checking.
What? Man, come on now. I'm obsessed. So Bluff City, who you think we taking at 24? You think we're going up? You think we're staying down? What do you think's going on?
I mean, the way this draft is going right now, I don't know. I hope we start to get the quarterback run right here so that we don't have to trade up.
Right.
Because that seems kind of weird for Detroit to have to move up that far at this point.
Yeah, I don't. The only team I care about is Baltimore. That's all I care about is Baltimore right now. I don't want Baltimore to take Jordan Davis. That is it.
Yeah,
that's it.
So the
Baltimore always draft well, though.
I know. They're smart. Yes, they are smart.
Yeah.
I like this Chris Olave kid. I mean, I think he's smooth. I think he's going to make a good pro. I think he's more professionally ready than a lot of these other receivers.
I agree. I think he's better than Wilson, who just went before him.
You know, the trip that part, and I said this before, like when I watched Ohio State, Olave and Wilson, the other wide receiver, it was the Jackson Smith and Jigba kid for me.
Mhm.
I was like, you know, these guys are dogs. Don't get me wrong, but the other kid was the one that really just jumped off the page. So I really want to see what he does next year. And I know we're talking about this year, but those other two guys, I mean, they were just pieces. But Olave, to me, he's smooth in and out of his routes. He has sure hands. I just like him in the slot role. Also, just in kind of like that CD Lamb tweener role where you give him some little run out of the backfield. He's smooth, man. I like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you like at 24?
I like what Broad has said all the way through.
I've made it known. I like Jordan Davis. I think Jordan Davis is the kind of guy that you could put on your defensive line, and he could take up 2-3 blockers, and you can let Michael Parsons and the rest of your defense run and do what they do. That's what they need, a gobbler. They need a space eater.
Yeah.
And you know, I like those other guards. I like Johnson. I like Green, and all the stuff that's come out about Green and the knee. It's been some reports about that. But look, I just think that you can get some. I think you can get some offensive line help in the 3rd and 4th round. That's just my opinion. Other guys have higher grades on these guys, and really, all in all, the draft has been so off because I think there's not enough quarterbacks at the top part of the draft to even out the rest of the talent. Mm-hmm. And this is the first. I mean, think about how many drafts we've sat through where you haven't had a quarterback taken. At this point. What just happened,
Eagles
Paul?
have just Eagles have traded up as well.
Oh my! No!
It has begun.
Yeah.
Right. Do you want the news? Like, so who do you think the Lions are going to pick?
Quarterback.
Be Willis.
Malik Willis.
Is it a quarterback?
Wide receiver.
Oh my God! Really?
What?
Yeah, Jameson Williams.
Oh my God.
Alabama.
This is nuts.
So we thought the run was going to be quarterbacks, and it looks like it's wide receivers now.
Yeah.
That ought to just tell you how pathetic this quarterback draft was.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. And we were saying as well, Hackner, before the draft started, that it's quite ironic that there's a lot of teams this year with multiple first-round picks, which really attests to players trying to get out of the first round this year, which tells you a lot.
Oh, Philly, what are you going to do?
I know.
They're going to take Traylon Burks. It's the only thing they can do.
No,
just
to like
small
finish
pass
it
receiver
off.
left. Who's the last one?
Traylon
Burks.
Traylon Burks.
Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
It's Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
Has to be.
So
Sky Moore.
Eagles.
That's
have said-
If they win Sky Moore, we've lost it for the night.
Yeah. Hey,
So-
and I'll make sure to give Jeff Kavanaugh a quick call too.
Yeah.
Eagles have sent
Just
15, 124, 162, and 166 for the number 13 pick.
I've not got that info yet.
So they have traded with the Texans.
Yep.
Just news breaking. So the NFL Week 2 match, the Chargers travel to the Chiefs on Thursday.
Man, what did he just say?
The Chiefs is all I got.
I didn't hear nothing. What did you say? You got to repeat that, man.
Chargers to the Chiefs, Week 2.
Oh.
And he
no.
froze at the top of it. I love it.
Nah, I don't think it's going to be quarterback for the Eagles. I think they're going to pick another wide receiver again.
The fact that the Lions traded up for Olave pretty much tells me they thought the Eagles were going for a receiver.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
That's
that's
what
what I
I
was
wanted.
just thinking.
Yeah.
The Chiefs and Chargers are the Thursday night opener, is what Brian is trying to tell you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, right. The Eagles are trading up. It says to me wide receiver, but what do you think they wouldn't trade up for a corner or an edge.
Oh,
Do you think they've traded up?
They're going
Yeah,
Jordan Davis.
Do you
Damn
think,
it!
No, it's not.
No. I was going to say, do you think this is
I'm just
Oh, don't do that to me, Paul.
God, next time I know for a fact. Next time I come to Texas, you're gonna kick my ass. I know that.
You don't think they've traded up for Devontae Wyatt, do you?
No, surely not.
No.
Because so then you think it's defensive line they need. So have they traded up for Kalafdar?
Oh, Johnson.
Jermaine?
No.
I don't know. Nah.
No.
I have faith that the Eagles are going to
pick
put up and draft another small wide receiver.
Right, Heckmar, you need to get the mute button ready.
No.
Don't tip it like that, Lauren.
No.
Come on, Lauren.
No.
No.
Lauren.
No.
Just say it's Jahan Dotson, please, Lauren.
Oh, look at Hitman's face. He's oh my god.
No, tell me.
Yeah.
Did the Eagles get Jordan Davis?
I've not said anything now.
Right.
I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
That's cold-blooded, Mike.
Wow. A second, my coffee's ready.
Yeah, that's killer.
That's a sore one. Yep.
Yeah.
I hate the Eagles.
So just to kind of let's just
the Eagles
summarize.
are my least favorite team.
Yeah. Let's just summarize what's just happened here. So Giants got Thibodeau. Eagles have now just got Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And we definitely need to address O-line if we're going to have to put up with these guys.
Why?
I'm trying to rack my head as I was just grabbing my coffee, trying to figure out why did you trade up to get Jordan Davis?
Because they knew that Baltimore was going to get Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
That's exactly why they did it. They knew what Baltimore was going to do.
Yeah.
Son of a gun. Wow.
Baltimore definitely going to take Traylon Burks now.
Oh my God.
They have some athletic big men in Philadelphia right now.
Yeah.
To be fair, we'll put it this way. The Eagles have actually traded quite a lot just to move up 2 places.
Yeah, but think though that they got a lot of capital by trading their 3rd first-round pick with
the Saints.
They did with but they kind of balanced themselves out really when you think about it.
What's that? A 3rd and 2/5 to move up 2 spots?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Heckma, we got some news for you though. Do you want us to cheer you up a bit?
No.
I know I was speaking to you earlier, but right, just to cheer you up, put a smile on your face. 10 p.m. in the UK tomorrow. We have
4 p.m. your time.
4 p.m. your time. We have Will McClay with us.
My man.
Yeah.
My man, the great Will McClay.
The great Will McClay.
Yes.
So we've got it. So we're going to ask him all about the 1st-round pick, and I think we might name drop and be like, "Look, my best friend over in America, Heckma Harrison, he wants to ask you." Heckma Harrison gives me all the inside scoop.
Don't do that. Don't say that.
Bye.
Yeah, I won't give it away.
They own the coffee.
I won't give it away.
What time is it over there, guys?
That's 2:30.
He got. That's why I love you guys, man. Y'all about it.
Yeah,
the love is real.
That's dedication.
Yeah, that's real. 2:30
Get on the espresso.
Yeah,
I'm dancing as well. Hey,
2:30. Hey, I'm having was it RIM dreams? Really?
Yeah.
REM dreams. I am
Now,
out of there.
here's a bit of Cowboys news now to do with the draft. Emmitt Smith is going to announce the 3rd round pick.
That's great.
Ooh,
That's great.
number 22. Oh shit.
So now they have Hassan Riddick.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
I know.
Oh man, Fletcher Cox.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
have no left guard.
I want to know though, is what they did with Fletcher Cox, how is that legal with what they did?
That's what teams
Surely-
do. They give you an opportunity to test the market.
How come that's never been done before though?
What do you mean? Let a guy test the market and bring him back?
It just seems so weird.
Yeah, it's the Eagles, man. They suck.
Don't forget they drafted Big Milton Williams last year too out of Louisiana
That's
Tech.
correct. Yeah, they did.
I mean, that sucks. That really does. But he wouldn't that little stretch right there, unless we had traded up, that was really where we needed to be in order to secure a player like that. Now I wonder where the draft board is. It's all thrown up in the air, man. That's why I love the draft so much, because it's all conjecture. You have no idea what a team is going to do. Like Atlanta going Drake London.
I love it.
Crazy.
I love it.
Crazy.
We were saying that, you imagine you're Kyle Pitts, right? You get drafted last year, and look how much that offense has just disappeared on him. He's just stood there as a skill player, like, where's everybody gone?
Yeah. No, and they had given him what? Well, now they have Drake London, and I don't know how Mariota's going to work out. I mean, that's going to be interesting. I don't know. I think they still need a quarterback. To be honest with you.
Yep. Who's the other receiver? Zacchaeus and
then they suspended the one guy. Yeah.
Ridley.
Calvin Ridley. Yeah.
They've Auden Tate and Damari Bird.
Okay. Auden Tate from Auburn.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. So is Kyle Hamilton the last first round guy you guys have left? Anybody else?
Oh,
yeah, I got Boye Mafe. I got Boye Mafe.
Pick is in.
Yeah.
Devin Lloyd, Carl Afters.
So, Marcus, mind you just said Kyle Hamilton.
Mm-hmm.
He's now going to be a Baltimore Raven.
Yeah, smart pick.
That's
definitely.
That's a Ravens pick.
Yeah.
And I really I like Hamilton. I do.
Big, rangy.
Yeah. In terms of like score, like draft grade score, he's one of the highest I've given. Like the trouble is it's the position he plays.
Yeah. Did you guys think that Stigley would go ahead of Sauce Gardner? I didn't.
No.
That was pretty trippy right there.
No.
That was
no.
That's the shake-up.
Don't think anyone did.
I think this draft has just been from pick 1 right through. I mean, pick 1 I don't have a problem with, but I mean, everybody was saying, "Oh, it's going to be Hutchinson. Hutchinson's the number 1 pick." I obviously argued that he wasn't going to be, and it wasn't in the first pick anyway. But
here's the thing, though, Lauren. It's like even Evan Neal and I know it was they were talked about being number 1 overall as well.
Yeah,
like give Trevor Lawrence that protection.
Now, when do you start thinking about trading back if you're the Cowboys? If these guards are gone, if New England or Pittsburgh or Philly even takes a guard, both of your guards are gone. Lloyd is gone. Do you trade back?
Who are you trading back with, though?
Yes.
Who's the dance? It all depends on the dance partner.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Jerry needs to know
who's going to come out.
When I look at what's behind us, a lot of those teams are wide receiver needy, and the board's getting decimated right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you said,
what you want is we need a run on quarterbacks to help us out a bit.
Yeah. Look at this guy, man. Jordan Davis got a suit on that has a big red stripe across it. This guy just has killer written all over him, man.
Even
Jesus Christ.
right. Even just
with
the
the red
way.
bow tie as well.
Yeah. Oh my God. This size is dude.
He's like dressed up as a matador.
Oh Jesus. Look at this guy. He's a nightmare. Oh God.
I know.
Why? I mean, who looks like that? I mean, this guy just looks like he's not. Oh God, it's not even real. Why? Eagles. Damn it.
They're green for a reason. They're called kryptonite.
Oh God, it's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, is what you got to say.
Oh man.
We need some of those quarterbacks to start sneaking in. Maybe the same.
The Saints are in a situation where they need a quarterback. They can't. I would think that they would want to develop a young quarterback, but
yeah,
who knows?
Well, I've got a friend who's a big Saints fan. He does a podcast here in Scotland, and he argued this morning that the Saints shouldn't be all in on Jameis. He doesn't rate Jameis at all, and by selecting the quarterback in the first round this time suggests that Jameis is not going to be the pick. So I think he's holding out for Jameis to be gone next year.
It makes me sick seeing Davis wear that hat.
No, it's got to hurt. It really is. At this point, like I said, when I love, you've become so invested in evaluating these guys, and you watch them on tape and you just fall in love. Like, he is a guy that I just fell in love with. He's just so big, and man, he just bowls people over. He's physically imposing. And the thing about it is, when you have a shorter quarterback and you got a man 6'6" with spikes on and a helmet, and he holds his arms up, he's like 7 foot tall at that point. So you really have to change the launch point because of how big he is in the middle of the field. I mean, he changes your game plan. He gobbles the whole middle of the field up, and he's athletic.
Yeah.
And he fits a Cowboys need.
Yeah, well, he really works against everything that we needed right now because he is like the refrigerator Perry. They're showing him even run in for a touchdown. This sucks.
Here's a really interesting fact. We started the draft with 5 defensive players in a row, followed by 7 offensive players in a row, and now it's back to defense.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
Washington have traded again with the Saints.
With the Saints?
Yep. I think. Wait a minute.
No, it's just their trade that they made
earlier.
Oh,
no. Sorry. It's
Don't you pull a Jamie on us, Lauren.
You won last year.
Oh. Yeah, that was funny.
Probably all took a heart attack.
Yeah.
So what time you guys are getting started tomorrow at 10 o'clock your time, and it'll be 4 o'clock. Okay, so you won't be burning the midnight oil the same way. You got Will McClay on. You guys are, dog, I'm telling you, that's love right there, man. I'm gonna be tuned in. I'm just saying. I'm gonna be.
It doesn't. To be honest with you, though, if I had an option of Will McClay or Heckma Harrison, who do you think I'm going to take, Heck?
Will McClay.
No.
I love you, Mike.
I love you, brother. I love you.
I've just seen it, Lauren. I've just seen it.
Me too.
You know how much I love you. I tell you every day, Heck.
Wow.
That's you, Paul.
Mike, you're not going to be happy about
That's
this.
you, Paul.
Yeah.
What?
That's you, Paul, up there.
Do you want me to say?
He's ruining it.
What is it?
It is the Texans have selected Kenyon Green.
All right. Good night, fellas.
Look at Brian.
I did not want Kenyon Green. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
So Zion, everybody happy with Zion as the pick then?
Yeah. That's if he's there, good. I think the trade back might need to happen.
Yeah. I just find that the only way you're going to be able to trade back is I just think you're going to have to trade out of the first. Because it's just to me, there's nobody in the first that's going to want to trade up with where they are.
Wow.
Which means you lose a fifth year option on whoever you're going to take.
Mm-hmm.
I can live with that.
No, you don't want to live with that with Trayvon Diggs. You trust me. You wish you took him in the first, so you had a fifth year option on him. That's gonna suck.
Definitely.
Wow, I'm gobsmacked with that one.
Yeah.
And we were talking about
issue as well.
Yeah, we were talking about like Green could have been in the second round and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a bit of a reach?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I suppose you could say that. You don't know how how their board is put together.
Yeah.
And I mean, you think about it, they've traded back and got that. You know, they've traded back, so you could like say it's not the same, but a similar situation the Cowboys did. Trade back and get your guy.
Yeah. On pick-up picks, which they need.
Which is what I mean. Yeah.
It's been so many trades. I don't even know where we are right now. Where are we, like 16?
We're pick 16.
Pick 16 with
and the New Orleans Saints are on the clock, is it?
Commanders.
That's who I have on my draft order anyway.
Commanders. I'm updating the across the bottom.
Yeah.
Wow. Like, see whoever the future quarterback. Like they've got Laramie Tunsil there. They've got Kenyon Green now, and that offensive line. That is I mean.
Oh, here's one. The Arizona Cardinals have just traded number 23 to Baltimore for Hollywood Brown and the number 100 pick.
Hollywood Brown's gone to Arizona.
AJ Brown.
Yeah. And the 100 pick. So they've basically gone third round and a Hollywood Brown for a first round pick.
See, but what's ironic is Hollywood Brown fits the air raid offense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely.
So who are they expecting their quarterback to throw it to?
True.
They've run the ball.
Okay.
Oh, this is getting good.
Oh, and the pick is in for Washington.
Oh,
They're going to go offensive line, aren't they? They're going to screw us.
No. I'm actually happy with this one, actually.
Yeah, I can handle it.
Cornerback, perhaps, I'm thinking.
No.
Okay.
Right, what's your guesses, guys?
Karlaftis.
Marcus?
Washington is probably going with a safety. So,
Hetma, what do you think?
I would Washington. God, they need something on offense. With Scary Terry. He needs some help too.
Lauren, do you want to announce it?
Burke.
Yeah, it's Dotson.
It's Dotson from Penn State.
Dotson.
Wow. I am just way out on all my rankings at the moment.
Good job.
I think everybody is. I mean, how many mock drafts have?
Wow.
Good job, Washington.
I mean, like, would you take? I don't think I'd take Dotson over Burks.
I don't think anyone would. But Washington.
I can see why. They'd do it.
Yeah.
I don't agree with
kind
it.
of confused, Dana. What are your thoughts?
What'd you say?
I said you look kind of confused, Dana. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I'm getting some text messages.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to figure out what's happening here.
You got some breaking news for us down there?
No, man, I can't break nothing. I can't break nothing.
Hey, somebody check his glasses for a reflection.
Hey. Yeah. I don't know. This is we got to make a move here pretty fast.
You think? They're gonna want to trade up?
Well, if you Kenyon Green is gone.
Yeah.
Right now, all we're looking at is I personally I thought that Washington would have taken Burke over the guy from
100%.
Penn State. So that just makes it interesting. I don't think Zion Johnson is going to last past. I don't think he's going to last past New England
Patriots.
Yeah. I don't think he will last that long. So it's interesting to see what the Cowboys are thinking as far as the offensive line, if they would be aggressive and try and move up. If they stay put and Burke happens to fall to them, I see them making that move. We still have Nakobe Dean on the board. You still have the linebacker from Utah on the board. So you still got some things that can happen. If those guys get taken, then that's why I'm like, then we can get out of there, because then everybody you need would be, picking up additional picks.
What if
gentlemen? I have one thing. Tyler Linderbaum is still on the board.
I like him too. Him too.
He's still there.
Yeah.
Devontae Wyatt is still there too.
Yeah.
He may fall all the way out of
Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, of one.
Yeah, Devin Lloyd. Yeah.
And still no quarterbacks.
Exactly.
No quarterbacks.
That's the story.
Yeah.
That really is the story, that there hadn't been a quarterback. And as much as these draft analysts try and talk up their quarterbacks at the last minute to try and raise their capital, nobody's falling for it. Nobody fell for that. They're like, nope.
To listen, who listens to Mel Kiper anyway?
Right.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Unfortunately, you'd definitely be surprised at how many people listen to Mel Kiper.
I think Mel Kiper is literally, during the entire draft process, has said every wide receiver in this year's draft is going to go in the first round.
Yeah. All right,
that's
guys.
The way. You're not wrong if they say you always miss 100% of the shots you don't take. That's what it is.
Yes,
guys, I love you. I love you. I gotta get to it. This is driving me nuts. I gotta get on this phone. If I know anything, I find out anything that I can leak, I'll jump back on. Tomorrow at 4:00 Central.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will be all ears and eyes for the Will McClay interview. And Mike, if you tell Will McClay that he is your favorite, I'll understand.
No, I'd never do that. I'd never. You should know how this works between me and you by now, Hackman.
I'll understand, dog. All right, man. Y'all be good.
It's a pleasure.
See you, Hackman.
Man,
I love time so much.
Always fun.
What a privilege. What a privilege.
Honestly, he's just so much energy, doesn't he?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
He's just so funny to talk to as well.
I know, I just even going back to the last year in the 24-hour draft, we were all suffering. We were all a bit fall asleep. He came on and he's like, "Oh my God, Katie the shotgun!" And he was good in the dance.
Then Jeffy comes on and he's just
Jeffy, yeah.
Can you imagine, right? We'd never spoken to him until that time. No! The first time he comes on.
No!
Damn it, Paul!
Paul, I was trying to keep it quiet.
I gotta start screenshotting Paul's reaction so I can make memes out of him.
He's obviously just knocked himself out there.
Are we at the Chargers right now?
Chargers, yeah.
This must be Zion Johnson.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
Fuck.
Guys, I'm bailing out now at this stage of the first round. Pick up what we can.
Yeah.
Unless
Devin Lloyd is still there.
If he falls and we don't pick him, I will no. Mike, if he falls after all this time and they don't pick him, I'm done.
Oh my God.
Think about that. At this stage, I'm definitely thinking that Jerry is now on the phone. He's thinking about it. It's because he's going to have to.
Yep.
Oh man, that's
because at the moment his options are Tyler Linderbaum, Devin Lloyd. Right, let's go through my list who they could take.
Nakobe Dean.
Devontae Wyatt, Nakobe Dean.
Traylon Burks.
I'm on for. Traylon Burks is one.
What about Jermaine Johnson?
Jermaine Johnson's
Jermaine
still
Johnson
there.
works for me too. Yeah.
Trent McDuffie is still there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Trent McDuffie.
I tell you who else is, and I know what Brian will say immediately when I say this. Lewis Sign.
We never draft safety, Mike. Don't even.
You were going to say that.
Don't even. It's not going to happen. No.
But there's an option. There is an option.
Right. Okay. What if we were to draft a safety in the first round? What are you gonna do?
There's another trade.
Oh, wait.
I'm gonna fly over to someone tomorrow.
Let me say something.
Eagles are trading for Titans wide receiver AJ Brown.
Oh, no,
Adam Schefter.
Stop it, Lauren.
Seriously?
No.
Yes.
The Eagles?
Yes.
I need a drink.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. I'm away going down. I'm away going
wow.
myself. I'm going down. I'm grabbing myself a whiskey. That's right.
So they gave up every first they got for 2023. Is that what they did?
Yeah.
So they traded all their first rounders next year.
Yep.
They must have. I'm in shock. Like they have, so that they picked up Jordan Davis. They've picked up AJ Brown. Like, what is going on? We've been wiped out of offensive linemen.
So Eagles have given up 18 and a third rounder to pick up AJ Brown.
And what else, Lauren? Please tell me that's not it.
18 and a third rounder.
No.
That is all.
18 in this draft and a third rounder this year got them AJ Brown.
Yep.
And they still have 2 first rounders next year.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless there's anything else, but that seems to be the headline is that's all they've had to give up.
Oh, man.
So is that trade gone through? Is that confirmed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, did you hear the trade?
You what, sorry, mate?
Did you hear the trade?
AJ Brown?
A first and a third, and that's it.
Wow.
Oh, man.
So they and like you think, oh wow. Oh god damn it. Eagles are coming up hard.
And they'll probably trade one of the receivers to get that third back.
Yeah, I was just about to say that they can now give up something to get some of that capital back.
Yeah.
Who was that? What was the name? Rager.
Rager
is the guy.
Jalen Rager from 2 years ago.
Yeah, they can give him up and get a third back.
Yes, Steve, the bourbon is out as well.
Are we still on the Chargers pick?
Yes, we are.
Chargers picked.
So we're on
Chargers
so the Eagles have traded away. So is this Tennessee on the clock then?
This is Tennessee, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is ridiculous, man. Oh, like
and the
like
Titans
doomsday
just
scenario for Dallas right now.
Titans have just taken one of our targets.
Yeah, I was gonna say I bet it's Devin Lloyd.
No.
No, the Titans just traded AJ Brown, so it's probably Traylon Burks.
Yeah.
Oh, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
smart.
Wow.
That's a direct comparison for AJ Brown.
Yeah, they're basically just getting a cheaper player.
Right. They just say what $28 million.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I'm just trying to think, how does it affect the Eagles cap then?
Who knows? Like,
see,
you know
AJ Brown's still on his rookie deal, so this is actually a good pick for that. It's a good pickup for them. They have him for next year. They can play him on the 5th year and then move on if he's no good.
Oh God, I made that way too strong. Jesus.
The way these picks are coming in, Paul, I don't know if it's strong enough.
Oh,
this is true. This so far is a nightmare scenario for the Cowboys.
Yep.
No, it's not.
All right, I got
It is
one for you.
not.
How about? Do you want me to give you a because it's relevant now? A start, sit, cut for us.
Right, go on.
Right, we may as well just get this out the way.
I'm
Kenyon Green, Zach Martin, Larry Allen. Start, sit, cut.
What was the first one? I zoned out.
Kenyon. So basically, I've gone future, present, and past.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Kenyon Green, Zach Martin, Larry Allen.
Zach Martin is starting, Larry Allen is sitting, and Kenyon Green is dead to me.
Ooh, interesting.
I would Larry Allen, Zach Martin, and Kenyon Green's dead to me.
I go Larry Allen first. Like, you're not going to see Zach Martin chase down a cornerback on what could have been a pick six.
Yep.
Larry Allen did do that. Still to this day, I'm just like, how on earth did a guy that big get up that fast?
Right, so what do we think Pittsburgh are going to do?
They're going to take quarterback.
This has got to be quarterback.
They're sitting with their feet kicked up with every option at quarterback that they want.
New England, they might go for, I don't know, they might actually go for Trevor. I don't know, they might go for Trevor Pennon. Do they need offensive tackle?
Who? New England?
Yeah.
They could take
more
kick
inside. Yeah, they need more inside guys. But it wouldn't surprise me if, with the wide receivers that have come off, that the Patriots go linebacker, because their linebacker core right now is non-existent. Yeah. Everything's gone. Everything on that linebacker core is gone. Hightower's gone.
Jermaine Johnson also. That could be an option.
Yeah, that works too. Like, when you think the Patriots, I mean, like, the comparison to what they have in the last 2 years, that roster is way out.
Oh, somebody, Bobby Bell just tweeted that if you're thinking inching towards Tyler Swift scenario now, you're starting to watch to get wiped out here.
Tyler Smith, I get it. It works.
No, the
Nick Eatman did pick Tyler Smith today.
He did?
He did. In his 7-round mock, he picked Tyler Smith, but he said, if the pick is Johnson or Green, I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'm just being a little bit controversial in saying Tyler Smith.
I don't mind Tyler Smith at all. Works.
Not ahead of Tyler Linderbaum.
And Eagles have just given a four-year extension to AJ Brown for $100 million with 57 guaranteed.
Oof, Jesus Christ.
How can you afford that?
See, he's still in his rookie deal, so they can pay him the rookie minimum for the next 2 years. And back end it when the cap is going to go up to $300 million.
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, man, where have I put that?
So I'm trying to figure out, why wouldn't Tennessee give him that same deal? That's not ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's expensive, but it's not like gonna break the bank,
right?
Yeah. It's definitely a cheaper option going for Burks, for sure.
Is what they've done, effectively.
Yeah. They've 5 years of production of Burks on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now they can move that money elsewhere into other places where they're liked. So, like, they need offensive line help. Now that's what they can go down the road. Maybe perhaps in free agency. Other places they need help. Tight end. I'm trying to think. Corner, maybe. Yeah. I'm just trying to think, like, things just to add on top of what they got, and they've just saved that money by doing that.
Yeah.
Aye.
I've just seen the tweet from Jordan Davis. Fly like a fly. I never liked him. I never wanted him anyway. I don't care that he's gone. Trash can full of dirt.
I love it when you're salty, Brian. I love it.
I wonder how big Wheel is.
Oh God, he had his heart set on him, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Here's one for you. Would you rather? Right. I'm going to give you a would you rather.
Okay.
Would you rather have Kyle Hamilton at pick number 24 or Lewis Seen at pick number 56?
Lewis Seen
Neither.
at 56.
Seen.
Yeah.
I know you say neither, Brian. I know that, but
No, Kyle Hamilton at 24, absolutely. Jesus, if he'd have fallen to 24 and they didn't take him, I would have been shocked. That would have absolutely been it. They were never picking another safety again if they hadn't have done something like that.
is it just me? Is the sources actually frozen up so the TV could catch up?
Don't know.
Because we're not getting. I'm not getting any more. Well, no, wait, no, never mind.
No.
Yeah.
Let me say this about the guard position really quick, because I love Johnson and Green, but Kennard, Sawyer,
Strange.
Yes,
Strange,
great guys.
That's my
Sean
guy.
Ryan, Petit.
Yes.
These are good consolation prizes in the second round.
Absolutely.
The way
Absolutely.
we may have to trade up to get one of them, but if you told me we lost Green and Johnson and we got one of these other four guys and we still got a quality guy at 24, I'm still feeling pretty good.
Still happy. Absolutely. Yeah. I just hope we don't. I just hope we don't pick wide receiver now. I really don't.
They can't pick wide receiver, Paul. There's nobody on board
there.
worth taking.
That's what I mean, though, Brian. That's what I mean. If the
there's
Cowboys,
absolute,
it would just be wasted. It really would be.
Yeah, like if we reset the board, right? Who are the top guys available? Because for me, I've Linderbaum, Karloftis, Lloyd, Dean, Penning, Elam, McDuffie, and Jermaine Johnson.
I don't want Elam. No way.
Yeah.
No.
Like,
what's up, DJ Dog? Sorry.
Don't
is he in the
remember
house?
his-
There he is.
DJ Dog is, yeah. What about Lloyd or Penning?
Lloyd or Penning would work for me.
I would pick Lloyd.
Yeah.
Lloyd or
Penning.
Penning.
Yeah.
Lloyd. I'm leaning towards Devin Lloyd being the pick. I am.
I'd be happy with that.
I had him in one of my mocks.
Yeah.
So New Orleans are 2 minutes to go on my TV feed.
They
anyway.
are.
Yeah, and we're not getting anything from Twitter right now. Nothing.
Yeah. Twitter is dead.
It's
Or
like
someone broke it.
I say someone's purposely stopped people tweeting.
Elon Musk.
Oof. I just seen a tweet here from RJ. The Giants and the Eagles are having objectively awesome drafts. It
They are.
sucks.
True.
Yeah.
I was talking to RJ just early on, and yeah, it's a really good draft under the new regime under
Saints
the Giants.
picks in.
Oh, let me just check.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm actually okay with that. I'm okay with that. You guys want to, Lauren? Do you want to announce or do you guys want to know?
Yeah, go for it.
Let us guess.
Yep.
Trevor Penning.
Yep. Offensive tackle.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Penning's now.
Saints always take linemen.
Yep.
Yeah, like they didn't because they picked two centers. Well, they picked a center in the first round, and is it Ramirez?
Cesar Ruiz.
Cesar Ruiz and Eric McCoy.
And there was a center in the second round the year before that.
Eric McCoy.
Aye.
Yeah.
But he's now been moved to guard, is he not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they moved Ruiz to guard, did they?
One of them moved to guard.
That's
McCoy's an Aggie, Mike, so you should know that one.
Yeah.
Wow.
What was the question on? What was the question? What was the question on McCoy?
Is McCoy center or guard?
Center.
Center. So Ruiz is guard.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he is in, but that's what he was at A&M. Yeah.
At the draft, they announced Ruiz as center.
He signed my flag too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I find it. In fact, that's a good question actually from DJ Dog. Do you think the Steelers will now land Willis at QB? I think they will.
Yeah, This
should.
would be Malik Willis. This should be.
They should.
Absolutely
should.
They'll be wiping their hands right now.
Right.
The fact, like, because we would have thought the Lions would have picked him. We would have thought who else traded up? Hold on a second.
New Orleans twice.
New Orleans twice. Eagles could have potentially, but no. Oh man, this draft is so weird this year.
Yeah.
So
DJ
weird.
Dog. The Eagles the Steelers started high-fiving about two draft picks because they knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Now we're getting a little bit closer. We won't do it just yet, but as we get closer, we move into what we call. So once we get to the Packers pick, we'll get into the predict the pick mode, which you're gonna quite like. So we'll.
I've actually had that wee banner up for a couple of things there. So yeah, we'll stick it up for that then.
Oh yeah, it'll stay up there until the Cowboys pick, and then we got one for the Cowboys pick. Exciting times.
Oh man, I don't know what we're doing.
This is almost the point where if there was a trade up with Dallas, which I doubt, this will be the perfect spot because, like you just said, the Steelers have their choice of quarterbacks. They can go back 3 spots, 4 spots. And still have their choice.
Yeah.
So if there's something,
do you know what would be like a very typical Steelers pick here would be Kenny Pickett.
Well, he played in Pitch, so
yeah, and I just think he's just got that Steelers look to him. You know, the Steelers feel.
Yeah.
Right, I've got to turn some stuff off here a minute. There we go. Oh, here we go.
This draft has been ridiculous.
Wild.
Pure chaos.
Yeah.
Pure and utter chaos.
I think if anybody, the predict the pick, it'll be interesting to see the results tomorrow. If anybody's got any of them right,
gonna be everywhere, all over the place.
Would you say Trevor Penning was a reach? Based on the need for the Saints.
The issue with Trevor, the issue with Trevor Penning is the disparity between his floor and his ceiling. They're both wildly far apart. His floor is very low down.
Yep.
I'm assuming the Saints probably gave up their 2nd round pick. So if they needed a tackle, they almost had to do it now.
No, we've got the Steelers pick in. Are you guys ready for it?
It's not Willis.
It's not Willis.
It's not Willis.
Oh.
Is it a quarterback?
Brown?
Yep,
it is.
With the 20th pick overall, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a Pittsburgh bloody pick.
Yep.
It really
is. He's got that Pittsburgh feel to him. Do you know what I mean? He's just got the look of a Pittsburgh player.
Yeah. So they've got Mitchell Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and what's the other guy's name? The one that took over Ross's
Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph. Yeah. There we go.
And I was never a fan of Rudolph.
I mean,
no.
In fairness, though, that's actually quite a nice competition for quarterback. When you really put it in perspective as who your backups are going to be, it's a good bit of competition.
Yep.
The trouble with Mason Rudolph, is you never knew what you were getting with him because of where he played.
Yeah.
And also, it's actually a home QB pick.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. From Pitt.
Yeah, from Pitt. Stays in Pitt. Yep. We're seeing that quite a lot. We had Carolina going for North Carolina offensive tackle. We had now pick QB, go to Pittsburgh now. I'm pretty sure there's one more. There was one more pick that went to their home city. Oh, Hutchinson, Detroit.
This is the one. Yeah. This is the one for me now, where the Patriots pick is very much going to determine what the Cowboys do. Yeah, what the Cowboys do depends on this pick right here.
Yeah,
this is it.
It almost has to be linebacker though,
and that will be then when the Cowboys are going to probably look to the phone.
See what Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean.
I wouldn't take Nakobe Dean with the first.
Not necessarily, Paul. Just what DJ Dog is saying
Jones,
here. So.
Yeah. Travis Jones is a possibility.
He's not a first round pick. I've heard the name, but he's not a first round pick. No way.
No, I'm not a fan.
But
like you've Devin Lloyd, George Pickens, Devontae Wyatt, Travis Jones, Tyler Linderbaum.
Let's see Linderbaum.
Like, how is he still there? We're not going to pick him, but how is he still there?
What about do you know what we really want the Patriots to pick is Trent McDuffie?
Yeah.
That would be the ideal pick for the Cowboys.
Just Gilmore's gone. Gilmore's gone, right?
Gilmore's gone. JC Jackson wants out, doesn't he?
I guess that's correct. He did.
JC Jackson's with the Chargers, right?
Oh, is he already gone?
I thought he was traded to the Chargers.
You're probably
I think you're right. I think you're right, Marcus. I think I do. I agree with you. I think you're dead right. Yeah. So they need corner.
So you want them to take Trent McDuffie or like Andrew Booth, but that would be stupid. But it doesn't matter for the Cowboys. If it's a defensive back, ideal. That's perfect. Because Packers, I mean, oh wait a minute. Talking of Packers, where's Graham gone?
Graham disappeared about 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, he's been gone for a wee while. I think he's done.
You want then the Packers to take Jermaine Johnson. This is like the ideal situation. So you want Packers to take like Jermaine Johnson or maybe Devontae Wyatt.
Could Packers take a linebacker?
Nah, no way. Nah.
They might.
And then you want Cardinals to take.
Cardinals traded out.
Oh yeah, they have, haven't they? So it would be Ravens. Yeah, that's right. So Ravens. You want them to take. You want them then to take Linderbaum. That's the ideal situation. Because then that leaves the Cowboys to take Devin Lloyd.
I think Devin Lloyd's going to go here.
It's very part. That's what I'm saying. You don't want it to be, but you want the Patriots to take corner over linebacker. So you want them on their board to go, well, McDuffie's higher on our board, plus it fills the need, plus corner's more important than linebacker, so let's go there.
Yeah.
Like linebacker's a very rich pick for them right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's more of a luxury pick for them.
Can we just comment how stupid the actual layout of going to the stage and for this draft is just a pain in the backside?
Mm-hmm. It does seem a bit long-winded.
Yeah.
Like as if the green room's really far away.
But at least I think the first time they were talking about doing it in Las Vegas, they were going to get everybody coming out on boats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another a typical Las Vegas thing to do.
Oh, very. Yeah, they were going to bring them out on boat. But no, in the NFL, like somebody, like by about the 12th pick, somebody be on the boat crossing over and the motor on the boat would break down and they'd just be stranded.
Yeah.
Typical NFL style.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they
Patriots are trading back.
Makes sense.
That's not a surprise. No, they're not.
Oh, no, they're not.
No, they're not. Yep. And this helps us out. Oh my.
you called
is it something that I said?
Oh man. I think you might have. It's a corner.
Paul called it.
There we go.
The Patriots took McDuffie.
Yes, they did.
Yep.
There we go. Ideal.
Wow. Yep, they went for McDuffie. Wow.
I predicted a pick. Check me out. This is the first time I've done it in about 1,000 picks.
Go on, Mike.
Yes, I knew I'd get there in the end. It's only taken like 4 years of doing this.
Oh man. Oh dear.
So, would any of you consider a trade back here?
God,
not
yes.
at the moment. Not at the moment. I'm okay.
It depends on how far back though, but yeah, I would at this point.
Yeah,
I'm okay at the moment. I'm quite happy
because you've Linderbaum, Karloftis, Lloyd, Dean,
Johnson,
Jermaine Johnson. Yeah, that's it. You've Devontae Wyatt. Karloftis is still there, yeah.
That works for me too.
I wouldn't mind having Karloftis, to be honest. I wouldn't mind.
Wait a minute. There's more now saying that the Patriots have actually gone out of 21 and the Chiefs are in.
What? Oh wait, yeah, I just saw that. What the hell?
So the Chiefs have jumped.
Oh no! They were eyeing so correction. So Patriots were eyeing the cornerback Trent McDuffie, but they instead took the trade back. The Chiefs are now on the clock at 21.
Okay.
Oh.
And the
so the Chiefs are now on the clock.
So Chiefs need linebacker.
Oh fuck!
Well, the Chiefs just jumped the Packers. Right.
Yeah. Good point.
Oh,
is this a wide receiver?
No,
I don't know who's left, but could it be
Sky Moore,
Pickens?
It could be Josh Pickens,
Christian Watson, maybe.
Oh, that's way too early for him. It's way too rich.
Was it John Mechie?
No, way too rich.
Right.
Way too rich.
I mean,
then again, what if this is cornerback? What if this is the Trent McDuffie or Jermaine Johnson?
Could be. Guys, I'm just going to throw in a name here that DJ Dog has mentioned, and we haven't mentioned it all night.
Yeah.
Arnold Ebiketie, Penn State defensive end.
Right here?
Yeah.
It's an option?
No, for the Cowboys pick.
It's an option.
I'm not a fan of it in the first round.
So the Chiefs gave up number 29, number 94, and number 121.
Wow. Yeah, so
that's them waiting until day 3.
So the Packers and the Chiefs have selected Washington cornerback Trent McDuffie.
There we go. Yeah.
So you got
it right twice,
Mike. You got it twice.
I got it right twice. I'm on a roll. Come on, give me the next one.
Hey. Stand corrected there, Andy. But we appreciate everyone staying by, listening to us rambling on with the draft right now.
And absolutely take the mick out of me. I love it.
Yeah.
I was in the forces, mate. This skin is as thick as a rhino.
Serious, honestly, DJ Dog, it literally goes back to what I keep saying. It is literally a lottery. It really is.
I like Steve's comment telling Mike to cut back on the coffee.
I just had another espresso. Right,
Mike,
okay.
If you drink another one before the end of the show, I'm going to go over and kick your ass.
Come on, let's do it. Listen, right, whatever everybody's doing, no, we're not on. Your internet isn't on ×2 speed. This is actually how we're talking. Right, okay. Right, I got a start sit cut for you, right, which is relevant. We're going to go with this. A start sit cut, right? Tell me what you would do here on a start sit cut. Devin Lloyd, Nakobe Dean, Jermaine Johnson. Yeah.
This is a tough one for me.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
Well,
Lloyd Johnson, Dean.
Either way, we're going to have one of these guys available for us.
Which is why I made it quite relevant.
If it was my pick of the bunch, I would go with Devin Lloyd.
As your starter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So who you benching? Dean or
Johnson?
Okay.
Johnson.
For me, when I wrote this out, it was before I found out all about Nakobe Dean's wild injury history. So for me, Dean is a cut for me.
As much as I hate to say it, because I love Dean, he would probably be a cut on my list too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up, Mendoza? Probably on his fourth Cowboys podcast for the night.
Does it work on
his way around it.
Oh, I got another interesting one here that I should have done, and I've missed it. No bugger. Well, let's go for it. While it's semi-relevant. All right. Start sit cut. Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Drake London. Go.
I don't care.
Don't care. None of them are on my team, so don't care.
London would be my cut. You can do what you want with the other two.
To be honest, like in terms of the wide receivers, I literally had no interest in the guys who were in the first round, like until recently, because there was that nice picture of your ass there, Lauren.
Yeah, I know.
So
I'm trying to get back down, but the dog's letting me.
Gonna get rid of that one.
Hellman's just tweeting, and he said we're within sight of the pick. Names I'm eyeing: Devin Lloyd, Tyler Smith, maybe Tyler Linderbaum. But I tend to doubt it.
Jermaine Johnson, I think, is one. Boye Mafe is another one. Karlaftis.
No,
Linderbaum.
He's not. Boye Mafe is not a first round pick.
Oh yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Oh, I really like watching his tape.
No, I get that you like him, Mike, but I don't think public opinion.
Right. So
Devontae Wyatt.
Right. So
Devontae Wyatt, possibly. Go,
right,
Paul.
so let me jump in here when it comes to Boye Mafe, right? Will he be selected in the first round?
No.
Yes, but do I think? I think he could be. Yeah. But is he an actual proper first rounder? No, I would say early second round at best.
There you go.
The only thing I will say with Boye Mafe is that he is scheme specific. He's an odd front guy.
Yep.
So that's the only trouble. So that's why people put him down. But in terms of his talent level, he's better than Karlaftis.
Oh, right, okay.
Wow, okay. This is getting spicy. This is getting spicy.
So we're at Green Bay right now, right?
Yeah.
So
do you want me? Right. So
go on.
The Green Bay Packers have selected Georgia linebacker Quay Walker.
Nice.
What?
Yep.
And by the way, I'm saying nice because that helped us out. By the way,
that has helped us. Big. You would have thought they went wide receiver. You would have thought wide receiver or something.
Oh man, that's
Sky Moore or something.
Oh, that's an awful pick. Oh.
That's bad. That is bad. Like they just gave away Devontae Adams. They got a first round pick there. Oh man, I'm baffled by that one. Holy crap!
PFF have just tweeted the picture of Aaron Rodgers lying on the ground with his helmet half off.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Why do I even bother paying this guy?
And number 23 is the Titan. No,
Tennessee Titans. Yeah.
No, it's Baltimore.
No, Ravens.
Actually.
Ravens.
It's Baltimore.
Ravens.
Baltimore.
Yep.
Yeah. Right, so here we go. Right. Go
on. Johnson or Linderbaum, and Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd is still there. 100%. It has to be a linebacker.
Oh,
sure.
Right, here we go.
Bills have just traded up to 23.
Bills?
Yes.
Okay. So here we go, right, guys? We're into
So I'm confused. It was like Baltimore, then it's
us.
No, but it's a trade though. It's been a trade alert.
Yeah,
so it's Bills.
Arizona had it originally, traded to Baltimore, and now
it's now with the Cardinals.
No, it's with the Bills.
It's with the Bills now.
It's with the Bills. Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
So Bills traded 25 and 130 to get 20.
So they want to get ahead of us. They obviously must be picking a linebacker. Mm-hmm. They might. In fact, do you think they might actually pick a Linderbaum here?
No.
Hold on. I reckon it could be Linderbaum, but what about if they go completely off scripture and take a running back?
No.
But ahead of us?
No, they wouldn't have to trade up to do that.
They wouldn't have to
trade
do
up
it.
for a
I
running back.
can see them trading. I think they're trading up to either get a defensive back or a wide receiver.
But
They're
against
not
no wide receiver worth taking.
They've just moved up 2 places.
They don't really need linebacker.
But I'm confused with this one.
I mean, because they don't need a linebacker. And the Cowboys are going to take Devin Lloyd or Linderbaum. Oh, right.
Or Tyler Smith.
Let's get you picks in, guys.
I think it might be Tyler Smith.
It could
actually.
be. Or Jermaine Johnson.
No.
No, they're loaded at defensive end.
They don't need.
As soon as I said it, I started going back on myself.
Yeah.
So let's get you predict the picks in, everybody, and at home. Who are the Cowboys taking at pick number 24? We are into predict the pick mode. As soon as we get a little bit closer, and this is it, we are going to get everyone's predict the pick. Mine is Devin Lloyd. Let's go around the house. There you go. DJ Dog with running back.
Everyone seems to be going for running back. I'm not too sure. Like, because
They've Devin Singletary and Zach Moss. They do not need running back, and they don't need to jump ahead of us to get running back.
It's not just that. They've moved up 2 places. One, we're the team in the middle of that.
Yes,
so why are they jumping ahead of us to get?
They want Devin Lloyd.
Yeah, it has to be on the Kobe Dean.
They want Devin Lloyd.
I think they want Tyler Linderbaum, and they're worried that we were going to take him.
They're not. Devin Lloyd is the highest ranked guy who was a 30 visit for us. They want Devin Lloyd.
They don't need linebacker.
They do.
Mm.
They do. I'm telling you, that is the only reason they would try to jump us.
God.
Go on.
How? What?
Why?
Seriously?
Why?
Was I correct again?
No, it's not even a first round draft pick, I thought.
Kyer Elam.
Yeah.
Defensive back.
Yep.
What?
So yeah, you've got Linderbaum. You've got everybody.
We've got
everybody. Bail out. Get some picks.
Yeah,
bail out.
Devin Lloyd. No, right. So what's everybody's
Devin
pick?
Lloyd's the highest ranked guy they have.
Yeah. So what's everybody going for? I'm going to take Kyle Elam off because I was never.
Well, put it this way: we're in a good position now. We're in a good position.
Jermaine Johnson, Devin Lloyd.
I would have to go like
Linderbaum.
Linderbaum.
Linderbaum wasn't a visit. Johnson wasn't a visit. Devin Lloyd is the pick if we pick, but we should look to trade back.
I don't know.
Oh, Stephen's on the phone.
Oh,
DJ Dog said Stephen is on the phone.
He may be actually submitting the call to put the pick in.
Breaking news. Hey, if they trade
alert.
Oh, is it a trade? Is it?
No one going for a predict the pick here. Quite interesting.
I'll go Tyler Smith.
You're going Tyler Smith.
Oh no, don't.
I'm going Devin Lloyd.
Devin Lloyd.
Devin Lloyd.
I'm with you 100%.
Devin Lloyd.
Are you going with Marcus?
I'm with you 100%. Devin Lloyd.
Devin Lloyd.
Dean
was
wasn't
everybody
a
at
visit,
home?
or Paul Dean wasn't a visit.
Yeah.
Was he not? Oh, well, Devin Lloyd.
No.
Then.
Devin Lloyd.
And Dean is just for me. Dean just runs too many medical red flags for myself. But at home, get these predict the picks in. We want to know what you're thinking. We've got one who thinks it's going to be. And thank you very much for the comments on Twitter too. We do apologize because we don't know why they don't come up. So I do apologize for that.
If you want to put your comments in, either jump onto our Facebook feed or jump onto our YouTube feed, so you can get your comments in, guys.
Either YouTube, and then we can see them coming out. I can see you commenting. I can't bring them up. I do apologize. But here we are. We are deep into it, into predict the pick, ready for the Cowboys pick to see if it comes in. How things started for me in this draft, especially the middle picks. I think they might have been afraid that we were going to take a defensive back.
Really?
Because I would suspect so. Although it wasn't on the cards for me.
What?
But Elam, though?
Yeah, I know. But
maybe they thought we were going to pull the Titans. Go
Yeah.
ahead and bring in a guy before we have to pay Diggs.
Or
Maybe,
were
I
they
don't know.
were they thinking we were going to trade out of our pick and somebody was going to come in and get it?
That could, yeah. Never thought about that.
Yeah. When they're looking at the Cowboys, what we need and how the draft's going. but for me, the way the draft went, how it started, how it middled out, it's worked out all right in the end for me.
Yeah. I'm shocked that only one quarterback has been taken.
And
we still got Johnson, Dean, and Lloyd on the board. I thought with one quarterback, I thought those guys would have been gone.
Yeah.
But thank you, Green Bay, for drafting Quay Walker.
Oh,
That helped-
that is
that
a shocker.
I almost have to watch their post-draft press conference just to see what they say.
Oh, we need to watch the Packers fans' reaction to that.
We'll find out from Grazies what Parker's thought about
Yeah.
that pick from Wilson Senior.
Yeah.
But
everyone on Cowboys media is saying they want to trade back here. John Machota said Dallas could be trading back. Hellman is saying they could be trading back.
Yeah, I see.
I think they want to pick up picks.
Steven's writing something down right now on the phone.
Yeah.
I think
He's calculating values, I would imagine.
If Steven's on the phone, it's a trade. If it was Jerry that was on the phone, we'd made the pick.
It's a pick, yeah.
It's a trade back. Come on, give
So
us
if they
something.
trade back, right, where do you want to trade back to?
20.
I don't even know what picks are left right at this point. Like, who's picking
28 or 29?
27, 28. Yeah.
Is Tampa Bay still 27?
Tampa Bay are still 27.
27th, yeah.
So after all, it's the Ravens, the Titans, the Buccaneers, the Packers, the Patriots, the Chiefs, the Bengals, and whoever Detroit traded with to go up to 10, which was the Jets, was it?
I think it was Washington.
Washington, sorry, you're right, I think.
Yeah. I'm looking at these.
Get your predict the picks in, guys. Come on, get them in.
Well, it's Dean if it's our pick, but
I mean, look, if it's Nakobe Dean, I'm not going to be pissed off. But for me, I just think like with the medical red flags are just what I have issue with.
I meant Lloyd. My mistake. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on Lloyd. I'm just trying to think like what the Cowboys are thinking, you know. Like,
yeah,
Bucks are 27. What are they overtaking the Titans and the Ravens for? Is what I'm thinking. And if they are, it's going to be not linebacker.
Okay, apparently it's all smiles in the war room right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get your picks in, guys. Come on, predict the pick. Bring it in. Bring us home, people.
And DJ Dog, you make a point. I think the Lions traded 32 and 34 to move up, so I don't think they have a.
Yeah, I don't think they have the capital.
Yeah. I don't think that. Like, I just think the Bucks aren't going up to overtake the Titans and the Ravens.
There's Balls Maloney on TV.
Packers, they're not going to really. What do they want to go up for? The Chiefs have back-to-back picks now, 29 and 30. So they're the only two.
No, the Chiefs already went up to 21. So the Patriots are at 29.
Yeah. So, like, what are you going to do there?
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to trade back that far.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to do myself out of a first-round pick by going that far. So I'm sticking where I am. I'm taking Devin Lloyd. Shaka Pat or Jermaine Johnson. Jermaine Johnson's the only other place.
Jermaine Johnson wasn't a visit, Mike. It's Devin Lloyd.
No. I know that. Yeah.
Again, Brian. CD Lamb was not a visit.
Yeah.
No, I know that, but like if they're high-fiving in the war room, it's generally for a guy they really, really wanted. And Devin Lloyd was a guy they spent a lot of time with.
I can't see it being Linderbaum. I know some people are saying
No, I know.
I don't see it because of the
see it
issues he raises. I get the idea. I get it.
DJ Doug ain't trading back. Unless he knows something we don't at the minute.
No, we're not getting anything from our sources right now.
No, I've got on the Sky feed. Cowboys have got 3 minutes to make the pick. But
yeah, 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Like they could still be working the phones. Could be. I don't think they are though.
Yeah, they're showing a live feed to the war room.
I think they're just playing their poker hand here, to be honest.
Yeah, they might have just been slow playing it to try and see if they could get.
Will McClay's on the phone. He just passed it to Stephen Jones. And now Jerry has the phone.
Yeah, pick is in.
There was a pick.
Yeah.
Tyler
Smith. Come on then, folks. Come on, folks. Who are we going with?
Oh, Lauren, don't tell me that.
No, I don't know.
Don't
say that to
don't
me,
give
Lauren.
Nothing away. Don't
give me that.
Their reaction say it all. Thank you, Paul. Don't say anything, Lauren, please.
Oh, man.
You okay, Paul?
Well,
from Paul's reaction,
yeah,
I don't think any of us are going to be happy.
I know.
I can't complain too much.
I don't think Paul like Karlaftis. That's probably who it is.
Yeah.
I know it's not a safety, so.
Do you want me to announce it? So, with the 24th pick overall in the NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys have selected offensive tackle Tyler Smith.
There you go. What's wrong with that?
And I'd made that one the predict the pick.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm so underwhelmed right now.
I like it.
Totally underwhelmed.
So what is it that
couldn't
you
care
have
less about
reservations
that.
again?
I'm more like, I'm not actually mad at the fact that we picked an offensive lineman. I'm happy we have addressed it, yes, but I think when you've got players like Devin, like Nakobe Dean there, and Devin Lloyd, sorry, right there in your footstep to bolster that defense, you can still get yourself a good offensive line in that second round.
So don't forget Tyler. No, right. So Tyler Smith, right? Okay. Bear in mind, Tyler Smith has more pancake blocks than
Don't care.
Evan Neal.
I do not care. He was the 70th player on my board. This is a bullshit pick. This is absolutely insanity.
Where are we?
You've Linderbaum there. You have the two linebackers there. You've Karlaftis and Johnson. All guys who are first-round caliber players, and we've picked a guy who's a third-round talent at best. This is a joke.
Go on then. Give us your take on this one then, Marcus.
I like everything he said. But seriously, I'm not that high on him.
Okay.
I think he's a solid. I think he could become a solid player, but we needed somebody a little bit more pro ready. Like, I don't think he could beat out Terrence Steele year one. Honestly,
No.
Graham is still with us and is angry.
Yeah. Can Tyler Smith play guard? Because I don't think he can beat out Steele. If he's playing guard, I like to pick more.
Yeah, Graham, get back on.
Graham, get back on, because they've picked an offensive line guy, and you and Rich wanted an offensive line guy, and this is not who you guys wanted.
He is an absolute mauler, don't forget, right? He will, and he has.
Here's the
Mike,
problem.
at Tulsa, Tulsa, come on.
But he's played against NFL talent pass rushers and held his own.
Held his own. Mikey's going against NFL pass rushers now.
Real NFL pass rushers, right?
And he did.
Every snap.
Can you imagine what Kayvon Thibodeau was going to do to him? Can you imagine what Jordan Davis is going to do to him?
So he's very nasty.
They're going to kill him.
Mike,
They'll absolutely kill him.
Do you think he could beat Steele year one?
No.
I don't. He has to move to guard.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
Yeah, he can play. He actually can go into the gut because he's got that mauler attitude. Yeah. And when it comes to trapping, he's probably better than Neil and Icky at trap blocking. He is one of the best at it.
Yeah. I'm going to say this for the record: Cole Strange or this draft's a bust.
Yeah. The only person available that Dane had above him for offensive tackle is Bernard Raymond.
And I would have put Raymond higher than Smith. But
you said you would have or wouldn't have?
Wouldn't. Raymond is not a higher.
I would agree with you.
I'd Raymond, Petitfier, Falele, Kennard, all ahead of him.
Yeah.
Well,
we actually talked about Tyler Smith. We talked about Tyler Smith on the offensive line.
But we all agreed he wasn't the pick. Even in the second round.
I said to you he's a first round pick, though. I didn't say. I said he could go in the first round.
Hold on, Mike.
Oh. There we go.
Elgram.
I mean, they do know that Linderbaum is still there, don't they?
Yes.
Has somebody phoned in? Even if you like Biadish, you could play Biadish at guard. You could play Linderbaum at guard.
I don't know if you could put Linderbaum at guard, but.
Hold on. I've got another wee word for thought. Remember the last time when we drafted the O-line, we thought, what the hell were we doing? That last person was actually Travis Frederick. Everyone had him graded as a third rounder. Look what happened.
Yeah.
I know what you're trying to say, Brian. I know, but who knows? Who knows? I'm gonna take it on and try and be positive about it.
Yeah, I can give you another positive. I can give you another positive part on this. Right, is that everybody says last year Zeke was a problem, right? You help Zeke the most by getting the best, and he is, whether you like it or not, he is the best run blocking offensive tackle in this year's draft. He's better than Icky.
Nick Eatman's just been on Twitter and he said it sounds like he's going to start at guard this year and eventually move to tackle.
It works. It works. It works.
Yeah.
He's not beating out Steele.
Yeah.
And here's my problem with that. If you put him at guard, somebody just named the list. Petit, Sawyer, Kennard, all these guys we probably could have gotten in the second round who probably would be as good or better than him at guard.
Sean Ryan.
I love Sean Ryan as a guard. Those are second round options we could have taken and still gotten one of these defensive starters, because unless a guy like Chad Muma or any of the defensive ends you guys like, if they're not available in the second, they're not comparable to Dean or Lloyd or Johnson right now.
Like you look at this, right? So you go, he's 6'4", 324 pounds. I can definitely put that in guard, right? He's got a 63-inch wingspan, right? Which is that's huge.
You mean 83, right?
83 or
83,
okay.
Sorry. So that's 63. A big wingspan. What did I say?
You said 63.
63.
Man, I'm looking at two things at once.
I'm ready to jump back. I'm ready to jump back in with RJ for a quick second because he wants to get my thoughts and opinion on the pick. That should be fun.
The Ravens have just taken Linderbaum.
There you go.
Oh man, why do the Ravens always draft well? Why?
Who did they take?
All right, Linderbaum. Right, I'll be back shortly. Hopefully.
Yeah, I don't have to jump on. Oh man, I'm jumping on later, man. Okay. But look at this, right? 10 and 3/4 inch hands. So that's big hands too. 10-yard split of 1071. That's fast. 502. That's fast. A 105 broad. That's fine. 20-yard shuttle 465. That's moving.
Mikey, you're not going to sell them to us.
No.
I'm sorry, you're just not going to sell them to us. You could tell
I don't mind the pick at all.
You could tell me he's going to be Zach Martin next season. I wouldn't believe you.
The biggest problem I have with it at the moment is you've seen the Eagles knock it out the park. They now have a stud number 1 receiver and a defensive mauler. You've got the Giants taking care of the trenches. They now have help on offensive and defensive line. All we have right now are question marks. And we had a perfectly good center at our fingertips and didn't take him. He may well turn out to be the next Travis Frederick, but right now we don't know, and that's my problem with it.
Sorry, guys, my fault.
It's the unknown that I don't like. Now I'm willing to give the guy a chance, but again, we're drafting the tackle and playing him at guard.
Yeah,
we could have easily put Linderbaum in there, plugged him in day one. I mean, has Biadish got over the snap issue? Hopefully. No. I mean, there's an awful lot of questions just now, and for Linderbaum to go a pick later, it's not going to help him. It's really not.
But look at the knocks that Linderbaum has. He's got I would say Tyler Smith has less negatives to his game than Linderbaum.
I disagree
level.
so much with that statement, Mike.
No. 100%.
Mike was trying so hard to make this a great pick.
No, I'm not. I'm being genuine. I'm being genuine.
Please stop trying to sell him. We don't agree
one
with
thing. One thing I would say is
his
way
run
back when we
blocking
were
is astronomical.
When we did that first mock draft, the one person who was saying Tyler Smith is an option at 24 was this man here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I don't hate the pick. The problem I have is he's not playing tackle for this team. He's not beating out Terrence Steele. I don't think he's good enough to play left tackle, honestly.
Yeah.
And it might, even if he is, it might be 2 years before we even get to find out. And we'll probably have a tackle by then. If he's playing guard, I can name you 7 guys in the second round who will probably be available.
Yep.
7. The guy's not a bad player, but the value wasn't there as a guard.
You'll see the mauler attitude. He plays with tenacity, high motor.
Mike, please stop.
No, that's what we're here to talk about.
Stop.
One thing's for certain, 10 p.m. tomorrow is going to be well watched.
Yes, it will. What time is the draft start tomorrow?
It starts the same time tomorrow night.
No, it's an hour earlier.
An hour earlier, yeah? Okay.
Okay.
I know, pass protection is a concern with Tyler, but everything else I like. Good foot speed.
Here's the question, Mike, right? And this is exactly, Steve nailed it when he said this. This is TJ Watt all over again, right? We had Tyler Linderbaum, who played at Wisconsin, consensus All-American. We've taken a guy from Tulsa, who's average at best. We still had 2 defensive ends on the board. We had 2 linebackers on the board. Nah.
Tyler Smith was All-American.
Come on, be honest.
Yes.
And was the Remington?
You still have the 2 linebackers, 2 defensive ends, as well as Tyler Linderbaum. Linderbaum was my only he was apart from those guys, he was the only only of first round grades I had. Like, this doesn't make sense.
I just think that what they've done is they've gone for a guy who is really they've kind of tipped their hand in what they're going to do next season. But what they've done is they've turned around and they said, right, let's get the best guy who's the best at run blocking. That's what they've done. You got just find me the best guy who's the best run blocker. And that's what they've done.
But Mike, here's the other problem. Kellen Moore plays a West Coast offense. So you've taken a run blocking guard to play in a passing offense.
Because the issue everybody had was with Zeke's running. Everybody was saying, like, if we had a better running game, then we would have been. So they got, okay, well, let's take the best running. Let's take the best guy to block for us up front.
Yeah, but you're.
I made a note. I made a note too that the left side of the line, when Zeke runs to the left, his average yards per attempt were 0.08 yards. Everywhere else was above a yard. Mm-hmm. But when he ran to the left, he was bad. So then, okay, let's get the best guy who can block and put him in on the left guard, which is what I think they're going to do.
So here's the issue with that, right? When we're playing a West Coast passing offense,
but you still have to run.
Blocking guard. Yeah,
you still have to establish the run, or there's no point in past it.
So that's fair. But what good is that going to do you in the passing game?
Because, well, I mean, put it this way.
That's why they picked Connor Williams.
Look at it this way then, right? Okay, so how did that help last year then? That West Coast offense, when you had Amari Cooper, which you don't have now.
I agree.
So trades are going to plenty at the moment. The Jets have just moved into 26 and taken Jermaine Johnson.
Good pick.
The Jaguars are back in the first round as well, and they're at 27.
Baltimore take, by the way, sorry.
Linderbaum.
You can see Graham's face when you say that.
I mean,
it's painful, isn't it, Graham?
Yeah,
Mike. I'm not going to try and argue against your assessment of it. So, did I hear you right when you said that Smith isn't great in pass protection?
He's not the best in terms of that. His hands are erratic.
So effectively, what we've done is match Smith with against Thibodeau and Davis.
It's something I was trying to think is what they're trying to do, but it's more to do with the run blocking. That's what and when you look,
what I'm leveling at is that we've got two first round defensive players.
Yeah.
And we've matched our antidote to that is a player that struggles in pass protection
and gets a lot of penalties at Tulsa.
Do you see what I'm getting at?
Penalties.
Connor Williams. And let's not forget the last tackle we tried to play at guard was Connor Williams.
Unless what if they are?
I think he'll be better than Connor Williams at guard, though.
I hope so.
I won't down the player.
I hope
he's
so.
A solid guy.
I'm trying really hard not to put him down before he's even played a snap.
Yeah.
But right now, it's doubt. But if he turns out to be the next Travis Frederick, then fine. I trust Will McClay. So that conversation tomorrow will be interesting. But let's. I'm trying really hard to hold my judgment until we see the first snap.
Yeah.
Oh my!
Really hard.
So Jeff Kavanagh has tweeted out, "Hey, Tyler Smith is the first third round grade I get to mark off my board, and the team I covered picked him. Cool. I've been wrong a lot. I hope to be wrong again."
Well,
I wouldn't go that far. I don't think he's a third round guy.
No.
Oh, and here's the other one.
Rich. Oh.
Here we go.
I'm just all about value.
Take it away, Rich.
Floor is yours.
Well, you're sort of reacting as if I'm gonna go crazy or something, you know? What makes you say that?
Maybe that Linderbaum went a pick later.
We don't. They're going to ride with centre. Simple as. They're going to ride with centre. What they've done, I'm weirdly okay with this. They've bucked conventional norms, and I'm kind of weirdly okay with it because I'm hoping now that this means that Kellen has seen that and decisions have been made that the offense he was running wasn't working, and they're going to shift things because, like Mike said, they have taken the guy primarily on run blocking, which is what we've all agreed this team needs to get back to doing more of, is running the ball and basing their offense off of running the ball, not off of passing it. So I'm weirdly okay with it. I'm kind of sitting back, I'm like, okay, it's not terrible. It is, I understand the points of, yes, you had Linderbaum there, you could do certain things with him. Yes, you had two linebackers there, but I'm kind of okay with it. I'm happy to see how it plays out, is kind of what I'm saying, and I wouldn't be surprised if it worked out pretty decent. Because, yeah, like Graham said, he's going to be going up against some studs now, but if you're running the ball, like, they could be great pass rushers, but if you're running the ball and he's able to win at that point, that's not much of a concern, is it?
And you can't coach the power he has.
No,
he has masses of power, and
you can coach erratic hands.
Yes,
in pass protection.
Yep.
You can't coach the other one, like you just said. So I'm weirdly okay with this, which is strange because I'm normally you take the best player at position in need. What it feels like they've done, like Mike said, is take the best run blocker that is available. They've gone, we are taking a left guard, we are taking the best one that's available at run blocking, unless it's absolutely dire, probably.
And here's the ironic thing is Tyler Smith's average draft position just today before his draft was 24th.
I'm okay with it. I'm genuinely at this moment right now, I'm okay with it. I may change my mind when it sort of sets in a bit, but I'm okay with it. I probably would be a bit miffed if we'd taken Linderbaum. So I'd be like, what are you realistically going to do with him that's going to make a massive impact to this team and to this offense, especially in running the ball?
And
I think this has a better chance of working.
Tyler Smith as well. Two things. First of all, is he's young, which is good, and something that me and Brian talk about in the Prospect Project show is you want every year you want to see him get better and better and improve. And when you look at it from his freshman year to now, he literally is leap and bounds every season. Like he's okay for him, but he didn't play that much, but okay. Next year he plays a lot more and he's looking much better. Final season plays a full season and he's bang on right at the top. At the top of his game.
I still think we could have got better value in the second with the guard.
Okay.
I don't hate the pick. I don't hate the pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. What I think they've done is they've gone, we want to guarantee as much as we can that this isn't a bust. And you do that by using your first round pick, by taking the best guy that's available in the first round. That's the only way you can do that. It's a risk anyway. It's a crapshoot anyway, like Paul likes to say. I agree with you completely in terms of the value. Completely agree.
Honestly.
I just think they haven't worried about that as much.
Richard, honestly, you had Tyler Smith as your third best guard going into this draft. Honestly. You had him as your best guard?
I didn't. I haven't been as massively involved in this, so I've honestly gone off of Mike's board.
Okay.
However,
so Mike, you had him
looking at things in the round, I'm okay with it.
So, Mike, you had him as your third best guard in this draft.
No, I didn't. I had him as my best run blocking offensive tackle, not guard mine. But you can put him to guard if you really wanted to. But I just wonder if that's what they're going to do with him.
They have to.
I don't know. Because what if they put him in for Terrence Steele?
Nick Eatman's already said they're going to use him as a guard.
Yeah.
the way
And
you
I think
want
that's
to
the
do
best thing to do with him.
He does fit it. And when you think about it, in guard, you want guys with a high motor, high tenacity, high aggressive levels, and he does.
So, Mike, can I just ask a question here, right? So, eventually they want to put him out to tackle, right?
They probably will, yeah. Like that Lyle Collins situation.
So they want to put him out to right tackle.
I
So,
would, yeah.
So you want the guy to play left guard, where everything is going to be off one foot, and then in a couple of years he's going to go out and have to do everything off of another foot.
Well, he plays left now.
We've given out for years about the fact that Lyle Collins was left guard and then transferred out to right tackle, and now we're effectively going to do the same thing. We're going to put
That
this
is
guy.
an assumption, in fairness, Brian. You are assuming that they are going to do that.
Yeah.
They could well be planning.
Guard the whole time.
Do you know what? We're going to stick him at left guard, and we're going to fucking leave him there.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of what happened with Lyle.
And he has
Lyle
played
got
left
too
guard.
expensive.
He has played left guard too.
Yeah. Look, I just was throwing that in there just as a...
It's a fair point. All I'm saying is
where
it's
you're
an assumption.
Yeah.
Like he may never move out to tackle, like you say. They might be happy with Terence Steele's progression from the last season. What they're probably thinking is because Tyler Smith has played guard and tackle on the left side as well, literally only on the left.
Yeah.
So there's a guy that you can say he's our left guard, unless Tyron Smith gets injured, then we'll kick him out to left tackle.
So who's playing left guard then?
Yeah, well, that's now for them to figure out. Yeah.
I
mean,
but then you can kind of make that argument in lots of different ways because you've got multiple holes and we're only talking about one person in here.
And
you can look at that from multiple angles.
Yeah, and you're talking about injuries. You know, you're saying we're trying to predict injury.
Yeah. I don't think we need to predict an injury. We know Tyron's going to get injured.
Yeah,
it's not a prediction; it's a guarantee.
But I can guarantee you, if we took a pure left tackle in this draft, and we were like, there we go, that covers us for Tyron Smith. Tyron Smith goes this season and plays all 17 games.
Right. Packers have just made their pick. Devin Lloyd went to Jacksonville. Jacksonville came back up into the first round.
Who did they trade with?
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
Yep. Green Bay have taken Devontae Wyatt.
Oh,
I love Green Bay.
No wide receiver.
That's a good pick.
So who did the New York Jets take?
Jets. Andrew Booth Jr.
The Jets took Andrew Booth?
Or no, Jermaine Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Jermaine Johnson.
No.
Sorry.
So at pick number
Jermaine
27. Number 27. So the Jets traded with Titans for pick number 26 and took Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah.
27 is the Tampa Bay pick. Who did they take?
That was Jacksonville took it, and that's Devin Lloyd.
Okay. So Jacksonville traded with the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Devin Lloyd.
And then Devontae Wyatt.
With the Packers.
So, fellas, we got our left guard now. What do you think is the direction we go in day 2?
Wide receiver.
Not offensive line.
Okay.
I would say.
You sure about that?
I would say it's wide receiver.
Rich, me personally, I would. Absolutely. They won't.
Sorry to ask again. Who did Green Bay take? My mind's gone blank.
Devontae Wyatt.
They took Devontae Wyatt. Yeah. Good pick. Aaron Rodgers hates it, but that's a good pick.
I know, yeah. Can you imagine what he's doing right now, having not seen any any of those picks coming in that he's hoped for?
His $200 million.
Yeah.
In an ideal world, tomorrow, they could do something to help against. They either go offense again and go tight end / wide receiver, in my mind, probably more wide receiver, or they go the defensive side of the ball, and you need to try and do something against teams running the ball all over you still.
A lot of good defensive tackles still available.
Yeah. I mean, you could do that because wide receiver is so deep, linebacker is so deep. You could wait till the third round. So if you went defensive tackle where there's not as much depth, then yeah, that could work.
To say you do that, what's the offensive line then going to look like a couple of rounds down the line? If we assume that they're going to come back and go for another person, which I think they probably will.
Guard is so deep right now. It's going to be a lot of them.
Yeah.
Guard is still extremely deep.
Just DJ Dogs asked the question there: how many wide receivers have been taken so far? 6.
6.
Yeah.
And just a tweet I saw from Taco Charlton after the pick was made. Whose pick was this?
He is funny. I like him.
As I say, he can stick his Super Bowl ring in Jerry and Stephen's face and go, "Have you seen one of these in a quarter century?"
Yep.
I can't get Jason Garrett's voice out of my head when we drafted him. And he goes, Taco! And I don't know why. It just sticks in my head. Every time I hear his name, I hear that.
Right. Okay. All right. Here's one for you. What would you rather? Tyrone Smith has a 17-game season, or D-Law.
Don't read out the second part.
No. Tyrone Smith has a 17-game season, or D-Law has a 14-sack season.
Oh my God.
Tyron Smith.
Tyrone, and it's not even a question.
Patriots pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
Paul's pick, Cat.
Oh, strange.
Yep.
Really?
Oh my God. Oh,
I bet Paul is losing his mind right now.
Oh, Paul will be livid.
Oh my God. Well, this it's just kicked up a notch now.
And that's at 29. Imagine if Dallas would have picked Cole Strange at 24.
Yeah.
29. Wow.
Jesus.
Guard just got. Wow, that's something.
Guys, I'm going to sign off again. I just hope we're dealing with Travis Frederick 2.0. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
That's what I'm clinging to. It right now, the Eagles have smashed it, the Giants have smashed it, and I hope that we've smashed it as well.
Yeah.
But
I don't think you'll be disappointed, Graham. I don't think you'll be disappointed in the player.
I hope not. I hope it's just an initial reaction. I hope so. I mean, I'm not going to judge a guy that's not played a snap yet, basically.
Yeah.
I just don't think the value was there, but I don't hate the player.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. That's fair though.
Because I remember all those years ago, they announced Travis Frederick at 31, and I'll be honest, I said, who? And he turned out to be a huge player for us. So hopefully it's 2.0.
Yeah. So just a comment here from DJ Dog is coming in that the Titans were on the phone to Jerry for pick 24.
There you go.
Jerry got it. They wanted Tyler Smith. Now, I don't know where that's coming from. If there's anything you've picked or anywhere you've picked that up, DJ Dog. So please let us know.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Because like Tennessee were behind us and then they bailed out, didn't they? They were 26, Lauren, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they bailed out.
Yep.
Have you seen Paul's post in the group?
A lot of swear words.
Yeah, a lot of swear words beginning with the letter F. Just for you to know, Marcus.
Okay. He didn't like to pick our song.
No. Actually, I don't know if that's about our pick or his pick cat going.
No, he was on for our pick.
He was on for our pick.
That's
right. His pick cat.
Ah, freaky dick.
So,
Crazy road.
Which do you think is a stranger pick? Our pick taking Tyler Smith or the Patriots taking Cole Strange?
Oh, Cole Strange.
Patriots.
Cole Strange.
Yeah,
100%.
Like you could even go as far to say that the Quay Walker pick is even wilder than the Cowboys pick.
That's
yeah.
I put Walker in second, so I wouldn't have said it's a horrible pick.
I'm not saying it's a horrible pick. I'm just saying that it's as wild, but I don't even think personally the Tyler Smith pick is wild either. Like I say, I'm not trying to sell it to anyone. I'm just telling you like what my piece is on it. That
But with the Quay Walker pick, I mean, all the linebackers are still on the board, and that's the first one to go. That shouldn't happen.
Yeah, Devin Lloyd went 27, didn't he?
Yeah, and Dean's still out there.
Yeah, Dean is still there. So, as we were kind of talking about earlier, effectively, is your guy, is Dean this year's JOK? That guy gonna go first round.
Definitely. And I mean, look, like I say, Tyler Smith, it's not perfect. He's not a perfect player by any means, right? I'm not trying to say that he is.
Yeah.
But, one of the things Marcus was saying about, players playing with a narrow base, that is not something you see Tyler Smith do. He does stay, and he's very intelligent. Is trap blocking as well. And there's no waist bend. It's all in the knees. You do see that. Like I say, the issues seem to be not with the lower half, with the upper half.
He's just raw.
He is raw. He is raw. I will give you that. And it's all in terms of like his hand placement, and it can be a bit erratic. And you do see sometimes the faster, speedier pass rushers can get to him. For me, with the way his build is and the way that the offensive line is built, this is a pick, like you say, that's going to left guard. I put in a post before about how when Zeke runs to the left, certainly between left tackle and guard, it's a massive shelf. The drop off is massive in terms of Zeke's average yards per carry. But you go and help Zeke out on that left guard position on running by getting the best run blocker in the draft. And he really is. He's very powerful, pure power.
Mike, I'm not arguing the point with you here on this when I say it. You're telling us that he's raw, but you're telling us he is pure power and that he's not a sure thing. That's I can't reconcile those two things in my head. Do you know? That like your first rounder has to be a sure thing.
But Tyler Linderbaum isn't.
No one is a sure thing though, for one. And two, we said earlier on, or you guys said earlier on, that there's maybe 15 first round grades in this. We're picking at 24. So you got to deal with that.
But I had Devin Lloyd as a first round pick. Devin Lloyd was a 30 visit. And it just seems strange that Tyler Smith wasn't a 30 visit. I don't think he was at Dallas days. So,
but they did have a private workout with him by all accounts.
Yeah. Okay, well, look, that's fair enough. And to be fair, he was dropped in about 2 months ago, out of nowhere, and that kind of fits in with the whole Leighton Van Der Esch situation from 2018, where people started talking about him from 2 months out. And I'm sure we get all that in time. It'll all come out about how they've been talking to him and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, quick question: when Tyron misses his 3 or 4 games this year, who plays left tackle?
Josh Ball.
No, you probably put in Tyler Smith.
Okay.
Would they go out and pick up a guy?
So you've still got post draft free agency to come. But I think what I would be more inclined to do, because obviously the market isn't going to be great on swing tackles or
Right.
left tackles out there, I'd be more inclined to look at what can I get on the inside. Because then if Tyler Smith goes down, I kick Tyrone Smith goes down. I put Tyler Smith into the left and I put my guy from free agency in as guard.
Yeah. So effectively, then you'd be looking for a left guard to pick up
on free agency.
Well, you still got McGovern though.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
I think he's done. Like there is talk that they are waiting to pick up Eric Flowers after the draft.
Okay.
That Eric Flowers is kicking his heels at the minute.
Okay.
So I don't know if maybe that's part of the plan, that they could try and get him on say the vet minimum. They have the space available.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Realistically, they're never going to take an out-and-out left tackle until Tyron is retiring.
Yeah.
That's it. So they're always going to shore up wherever else, and they love position flex. Dallas has always loved position flex, as much as I don't like it to a degree.
Yeah.
It is useful. Shore up the inside, because your center's doing okay. He's serviceable. He's growing a bit. There's issues there, but he's okay. The bigger problem of those three in the middle is definitely the left guard position. So if you can have him in here and he can cover out and tackle if needs be, so be it.
Yeah.
You can only do so
Tyler
much.
Smith was a left tackle, but hopefully I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I don't see it, but never can tell.
You watch now, Sod's Law. This is going to be the one season in a long time he plays all freaking games.
Hey, I'm
So just
fingers crossed. I won't be upset.
Bringing you up to speed, at 30, George Karloftis goes to Kansas City, and it's just been announced that the Bengals are taking Dax Hill from Michigan.
Did they lose their safety this year?
I should.
Von Bell? No.
No, the other one.
Jesse Bates. No,
Jesse Bates. He's still there?
Strange pick for me.
Okay. Yeah. That is kind of strange that they still have Bates.
Yeah. And especially taking a Michigan guy.
Who did Cincinnati? Oh, no. Yeah, Cincinnati. Who did they take, sorry?
Dax Hill.
Dax Hill,
that's right.
Maybe they're playing him in a corner then.
Possibly. Well, I mean, what did Cheeto and Eli Apple? And I mean, Eli Apple cost them the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
yeah,
that could be where they're going.
Because Dax Hill's free
is
safety.
still available?
Elam.
Or was he drafted already?
Did you say Elam?
Who's that?
Yeah, he went. He went. Yeah.
Elam went just before we'd picked.
That's right.
You're
was
right.
actually. I was actually not. Yeah. So we're on to the last pick, guys, and that will be day one over and out. So Vikings are now on the clock. So give us what you think this pick's going to be. And I know it's hard to say with the way this draft's gone, but
punter,
kicker.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I just don't know.
This has been a crazy one tonight.
Yeah.
So
they
has
could
been
go,
fairly.
the Vikings here could go safety.
Yes, Sean's still there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sean is still
And I'm
there.
telling you that he is totally underrated for me in what he did.
Yeah.
How many quarterbacks have gone?
One.
It is just one. Jeez.
Yeah. Like in Georgia, right, and we talk about the Georgia defense. What Lewis Seen was doing back there really helped everything out.
Yeah. He was really an underrated player.
Very underrated in that defense. People forget about what he actually did. And he could play special teams too.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the added bonus. The more you can do, as they say. All right. You could do it if you want, Bri. Do you want to take it?
No.
I have no clue where Minnesota goes. They may go tight end.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked at this point.
They lost Irv Smith, didn't they?
Good question.
Wasn't he out for the year or something with the injury?
Is there a possibility that he's done?
I don't know.
That I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know what I would be quite happy with? What if the Cowboys went into day 2? And I'm trying to think like the way that they're trying to work this. What if they took in the second round Nick Bonito from Oklahoma?
Oh, don't you dare, Mike.
I'm just trying to think the way that they're running this.
There's still some ends available.
Mm.
You've Ebiketie, you have Jabo still there, you've Drake Jackson, Kingsley.
I can't see them using Ojabo in the second round.
Kingsley
and Nagbe, yeah.
Barry, you've Boye Mafe.
Yeah.
Cameron Thomas. They're all guys I would have. My J. Sanders, who was a visit. I'd have all of them ahead of Nick Bonito.
Interesting. Do you know what's really funny is when you look at day 2 with all the different trade ticks, man, it is brimming.
So,
It's loads. It's like trade.
Is day 2 the day of the quarterback? All of them come off the board?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Probably.
Yeah.
So that knocks out 5 spots in front of us.
Someone like it. That's gone.
Who was that?
Can't hear you. Was it you, Mike?
No, my microphone was off then, but
yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't me, obviously.
On, off. Hold on, we'll find out. No. Oh, it's Rich. It's Rich. Yeah, nope.
Yeah. And DJ Dog threw in another name there, Sam Williams as well. Would be ahead of Nick Bonito.
There we go.
I wouldn't be upset with Sam Williams at 56. I don't think he'll be the best available at 56, the way things are going right now.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that.
Whew. Well, that was a fun first round. Good thing is, like you say, we can find out from the main man himself tomorrow.
Vikings have made their pick.
Go on, Lauren, give it to us.
Safety, Lewis Senior.
There you go.
I did it again.
I certainly got him as my 32nd pick.
I was lightning strike twice.
Minnesota
the lottery.
Isn't that your third of the night though?
It might have been.
Because you had 2 back to back, didn't you?
I gotta stop doing this if I'm starting to get it right. Doesn't feel right to be right.
It is not as fun when you get it right.
Yeah, I'd prefer to be wrong. It's more fun. But right then, so we'll wrap this up here then. Now that the final pick is in,
do we want to recap all the picks?
Go on. Well, yeah, go on. I'll let you go for it. Go on, Bri. You go for it.
So first pick, Jacksonville Jaguars, Trayvon Walker. Second, Detroit Lions took Aiden Hutchinson. At 3, the Texans took Derek Stingley Jr. At 4, the Jets took Sauce Gardner. 5, the Giants took Kayvon Thibodeau. At 6, the Panthers took Ike Ekwonu. At 7, the Giants took Evan Neal. At 8, the Falcons took Drake London. At 9, the Seahawks took Charles Cross. At 10, the Jets took Garrett Wilson. 11, the Saints took Olave. 12, the Lions took Jameson Williams. 13, some bunch of clowns took Jordan Davis. At 14, Kyle Hamilton was taken by the Ravens. At 15, Kenyon Green went to the Texans. At 16, the Lols took Jahan Dotson. At 17, the Chargers took Zion Johnson. At 18, Traylon Burks went to Tennessee. At 19, Trevor Penning went to the Saints. At 20, Kenny Pickett, the first quarterback off the board, to the Steelers. Trent McDuffie went to the Chiefs at 21. Quay Walker went to the Pats at 22. Khair Elam went at 23 to the Bills. At 24, our Dallas Cowboys selected offensive guard Tyler Smith out of Tulsa. At 25, Tyler Linderbaum was taken by the Ravens. Jermaine Johnson went to 26 to the Jets. Devin Lloyd went to Jacksonville at 27. Devontae Boyd went to Packers at 28. Cole Strange went to the New England Patriots at 29. George Karlaftis at 30 to the Chiefs. Dax Hill at 31 to the Bengals. And Lewis Sign, safety, at 32 to the Vikings.
Paul looks like a broken man.
If you were to see my reaction when New England announced Cole Strange, I'm shocked beyond belief. Not just like, I mean, I get the pick. It's a good fit for New England, but they could have got him in the second. But I'm gutted that my guy's taken off the board, but was not expecting to see his name pop up at number 29. And RJ was absolutely howling at my reaction. I literally stormed off. It was literally like the CD Lamb pick back then. And it was like literally my reaction. And all the guys from Blogging the Boys, they all feel the exact same. If there's one thing I'm going to say about this whole Tyler Smith scenario, it's like this whole narrative of bringing in an offensive tackle to slot him into guard for 1 year, then play him out to tackle whenever it's necessary. I just hate that narrative. I want a proper guard. I want an actual guard. I don't want a tackle that can play guard. I want a guard that actually has played guard in college for the majority of his career.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm just...
We did discuss that point whilst you were away, Paul, and to be fair, Rich said, look, who says they're going to push him out to right tackle if that's,
Well, that's the plan.
There really isn't guarantees. And I was saying the same thing as you. So, maybe he's a guard at the NFL level. I mean, Zach Martin was a tackle in college. He's played his whole career right guard.
It was just based on what Nick Eatman tweeted out.
Yeah, that was what I was basing it off as well.
But then, correct me if I'm wrong, all he said is he's going to play left guard, isn't it?
Yeah. He said guard and will kick out later in his career.
Like,
he's going to play some guard. So
best laid plans.
We definitely. It's like we panicked. We really panicked in that pick. I think we picked more on need.
I agree completely there. That's where I was coming from before, in that it felt like they just were picking someone for that.
Yeah, rather than best player. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Like, yes, like, yeah, we have kind of. You could have got Tyler Smith earlier in the early second, mid second. I don't know. But if Dallas said he was the top of their board, then fair enough. They've done their due diligence, they've done their scouting, but from what I've watched in the film, I just don't see it. I really don't. And I'm really interested in your view, Marcus, because you know me yourself. We're both offensive line guys. We know, and like yourself, Rich, as well. I just cannot justify this pick.
I have to go back and watch him more.
I
think.
Yeah, agreed.
And I said this before. There are a bunch of guards out there, and I've seen these other guards, and they're good guards that I think could have come in and started day one. So I have to go back and watch Tyler Smith to see if he looks like he's going to be better than them. But from what I've seen, the little bit I've seen of Tyler Smith, I think we could have waited and got the guy in a second.
Like I say, his consensus ranking as of from post draft was 24th.
Yeah. I still don't think he could beat out Terrence Steele. Even if we want to put him at right tackle.
I know.
If Steele doesn't,
he's not going to play the right. He's never played the right mind. He's only played left guard and left tackle.
I don't think he could play left tackle in the NFL, but I'll go back and watch.
Yeah.
The thing is the parts of his game that are negative are coachable. Like the parts that are
well, here's the problem, Mike. You've got Joe Philbin as your O-line coach.
But that's Terrence Steele.
There you go.
Terrence Steele.
I'm not
Terrence
confident.
Steele is not really that good either, Mike.
Terrence Steele is more. I think Terrence Steele is more a benefit of Duke Manyweather in the off season.
So what's stopping Tyler Smith?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's like I don't see what Joe Philbin can do better. What an off-season program can do better. That's what I'm trying to say.
Like I say, what they've done is they have drafted the best run blocking offensive tackle in this draft. That's what they've done. They've drafted the best one.
Guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really do hope it's going to be a scenario where it's a Travis Frederick 2.0, where we were all shocked about Travis Frederick from. I mean, don't get me wrong. From Wisconsin compared to Tulsa is a completely different ballgame, different level. Because Wisconsin's renowned to have O-line fly off the board. Exactly, Brian. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of. We just need to wait and see. I don't want to bash it too much because obviously tomorrow we'll get more insight on the decision by Mr. McClay. And that we'll see what happens. Hopefully, it might ease our minds on it.
Yeah. I'm okay with it. I'm fine with the pick. I get where everybody's coming from in terms of what was available to you, but honestly, like is consensus ranking and everything else, like the parts of his game that he has are uncoachable. And like I said to you, that if you look at last season in terms of pancake blocks, wasn't Evan Neal, wasn't Ike Kwame, it was Tyler Smith. And that was what we mentioned on the Prospect Project show. That was the first thing I came out with.
If there's one thing that still concerns me though, is penalties.
He did do that, and that's more of a erraticness.
Even still, it's like we're replacing with Connor Williams with a guy with a known tendency of having penalties as well. It's like we're back to diddly swat. Like just from initial reaction, things might change. We don't know. Again, I'm gonna try and keep a level head on it, but the facts are being presented right now is not very encouraging, to say the least. You know, and that's what. It's from. Just try to recap of watching that footage of the war room. Like it's pretty. I'm going to assume here, just an assumption, that obviously Stephen was on the phone trying to trade back. There was no buyers. Obviously, it was like down to the 2-minute mark. I think there was a bit of a panic in terms of.
So
I think they were trying to get.
Paul, we did hear DJ Dog did say to us that the Titans were trying to trade up with us, and effectively Jerry got it out that they were coming up for Tyler Smith and said no. So that's what the delay was.
Really?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Graham's asking it. I give the Cowboys a grade A pick. And that's not being a homer. That's not me being a homer. It's a grade A pick.
Come on.
I'm giving it.
That's me being real.
I'm giving it a D.
Oh wow!
Yeah, no way.
I'm giving it an F.
Wow. Who said F?
Me.
Okay.
So what you gonna what you want to? I'm guessing then, Brian, for the sake of argument, then I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you probably would have taken Tyler Linderbaum. What are you gonna do with him?
I was saying take Devin Lloyd. because we do need linebackers. He had a first round grade on my board. So I was looking further down the line and going, right, there are guys in the second round. There's Darian Kennard, there's Abram Lucas in the second round, who we could have picked up. And linebacker was going to help us, because if you have Devin Lloyd, you can then free up Micah Parsons to be what Micah Parsons wants to be. That was the way I was looking at it.
Would you say though linebackers deep that you can wait?
Not when you have a first round grade on a guy and he's there and you don't take him.
Yeah, but they may have had a first round grade on Tyler Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, again, Mike, I'm only making the point that Rich asked. I said weeks ago, as much as Tyler Linderbaum was my pet cat, I said there was no way they were going to draft him. And even as he was dropping, I was going, they're not going to draft him.
Yeah,
you
and
know?
they shouldn't.
I'm not trying to compare Tyler Linderbaum and Tyler Smith, because it's not relevant.
Yeah.
I was more looking at taking Devin Lloyd to help you free up your best player on defense. Mike Parsons, and let Mike Parsons be that X factor all over the place.
It was definitely it kind of like, even though we drafted technically for need, we missed a massive opportunity on a BPA, best player available.
Yeah, and that's what this front office preaches: is best player available.
And but what I'm saying is Tyler Smith probably was their BPA.
I don't buy that for a second.
Apparently so.
When his consensus is 24th. Like, we know,
but that's
the Cowboys could have had him higher than the consensus, and
they could have.
Exactly what they're going to say.
They could have had him lower. The flip side of it,
on our board.
If you look at the flip side from the past 2 years, from the players they've taken, last year was a very big step up. You can make an argument that was such a big step up. One, because Parsons was such good talent, but also because the defense was so poor, specifically on that side of things, which is why he made such a big.
Rich, you've cut out.
In my opinion, for CD Lamb, which was exactly the same situation. Didn't take what we needed. We took the BPA because it massively outweighed everything else. My argument is, or the way it seems to me is, there wasn't that massive imbalance here, because there was only so many true first round graded players there. And your linebacker was available, but not that great that it outweighs the need at left guard. And the need at left guard is massive. That's what it seems to me like.
Yeah. But then does that not tie in with what Graham is saying here, in that it feels like they forced it because Green, Johnson and Penning were gone, that they were going, if we don't take a left guard now,
it was desperation.
We're not going to get one. That it was a desperation move rather than, as they say, sticking to their best player available approach. And I mean, as I say, that's what they're going to take.
Maybe you can make an assumption about that. You can no sooner say it was definitely that, than you can say exactly the point I've just said, in that the gap between the BPA and the position best player available at the position in need between those two players isn't that great. So they're better off taking the best player available at the position of need.
Yeah, that's
rather than just BPA.
You're saying that it was a pick of desperation. It may not have been. They may have been sat there the whole time, which is why they never bothered moving, going, this is our best guy.
And maybe if the Titans were going for somebody other than Tyler Smith, they might have traded with the Titans, picked up Tyler Smith two plays later on, or two picks later on, and Linderbaum would be gone. And
the reason I'm so okay with this, well, not so okay, but like I said, I'm weirdly okay with it, is that it makes me ask a question.
I've got the press conferences on.
Yeah.
All right. Should we wrap this up then, so we can? Yeah. Right. So we'll be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. That is 4 p.m.
Central time.
Central time.
We have Will McClay to kick things off. So we're going to ask him about the first round pick, give us his opinions. So make sure you join us then, and we'll be back on as well for the day 3. But from myself, these guys, we're going to wrap things up and watch the press conference. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you guys.
All right. Thank you,
Good
guys.
night.
You can try to break me. I cut my teeth on people like you. It's gonna take a lot more to take me down. I'm a step ahead, watch me wear my crown. Don't need a knight to guard the cave. Can count the dragons that I've slayed. You can give it all you got, 'cause love is running through my veins. Oh, this lion can't be tamed. There's fire in my blood.